especially in Los Angeles, and doing like a Biden joke, it's just you got to balance it out with a Trump joke. You know what I mean? Even if you support, like it's like shit on both of them.
I mean, it's like,
Look,
both are fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
You
But
start with that, and then you go into the Biden shit.
that's it. I mean, and you know, that's if that, and it also depends exactly where you're performing. Because if you're doing it to protect yourself, which I don't believe you need to pander either way, but if in Texas or any other place south of fucking really, I mean, that's not on the coast.
I'm probably not voting anyway. In California, we have the electoral vote. So.
And look, the joke isn't even about Democrats, Republicans, liberals, or conservative. It's about race and pandering to the race. Exactly. Which is absolutely true, and it's something.
Don't you think Trump panders to white people though?
Absolutely, yeah.
Fucking Sophia with the truth bomb. Welcome to Hot Topics with my mom.
That
reminds me, I saw a pander at the zoo the other day.
But I mean, like,
wow. We don't really.
I don't really want to come on here and talk about politics, but it's just like if you look at his executive orders, who have they helped the most?
And that's what my point was. Like when doing politics and stand up, it's almost kind of like why bother? Because you're just gonna fuck up.
It's really not even to even make a political statement. It's just to stretch my muscle to write on some shit.
It's great. It's absolutely great. It's very important to work muscles and write jokes about different things.
And things that are happening. I'm trying to become a little bit more topical.
Right.
Just having jokes. You know what I'm saying? So.
Absolutely. Yes.
I got something. So you're like the black guy at a Trump rally that everyone has to take a picture with just to prove.
Nigga, I'm not going to a Trump rally.
I'm not racist. My mate's black.
Oh my
But
god.
nigga, I have stayed in the Trump Towers before. Them shits is nice.
It is the best golf course I've ever been in.
Please golf once.
You're just saying random things now.
Didn't he say the Trump Tower is the hotel, right?
Yeah.
And I said, so is Mandalay Bay.
It's a nice hotel.
Yeah.
Have you stayed at Mandalay Bay?
Many times.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it's not that nice of a hotel.
It used to be.
Okay, when?
Now it smells a little weird.
Oh, where do I get these problems?
I was born in a circus because I'm a poor bitch.
Circus. If people don't know Circus is a broke ass hotel. Hey, Golden Girls, how do y'all feel about them removing your episode with Mud Matt saying that it was blackface? Golden Girls, how y'all
It's
feel?
a travesty.
Oh my goodness.
It was mud. It wasn't blackface, honey. We love you.
This show's out of control.
I'm just glad we all learned something today despite our differences and we're still best friends.
What did we learn, Rose?
We learned that we all think differently.
I think Red Band just canceled Brothers and Curses.
It wouldn't be because of you.
Oh, I know.
I don't even know what's happening right now. We lost track of all of this.
I heard Tony got a new movie coming out on Disney.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about? What's the movie?
Booty and the Beast.
Oh, come
He
on.
played Booty.
That's not true.
It's a sequel to Up, my ass. And it's a third one to Sex Toy Story.
Tony dressed like he sells dildo insurance.
Oh, come on. Why? Do you need to buy some dildo insurance? 'Cause, we have a really good rate right
That
now.
motherfucker, like, you can get a $5 deductible.
Hey, we call it a deductible in the dildo business. So there's actually a lot of terms for it. Yeah. It's fucking dildo insurance, there's booty hole coverage.
I'm thinking of this gay porno called Booty and the Beast, where it's like starring Aston.
Starring who?
Aston instead of Gaston. No one's gay like Gaston. No one sucks like Gaston.
Okay, I don't know. Literally, I've said this a few times in the last 10 minutes. I have no idea what's going on right
Seems like that accent's kicking in.
It really is. Hey, it really is. I'm glad we edited out the part that I took it, but it's kicking in fast.
Hey, Tony, you can't let Willie try to show off. That's what set the tone up for craziness.
You're not.
I like it crazy. I like it like this.
Now Red Band's questioning me about my political stance.
No, it's
No, I'm
true.
not. I'm just saying.
It's true. I respect Red Band's opinion because I take all my political knowledge from a guy that wakes up at 5 p.m. every day. That's what I'm into. He understands how laws work and everything, right?
Still not gravity.
It's a beautiful thing.
CNN for Red Band stands for Cooking Noodles Naked.
My girlfriend
That's the greatest joke I've ever heard in my fucking life.
Cooking noodles naked.
Cooking noodles naked.
That's CNN for Red Band.
HBO stands for Home Bakery Office.
No, it doesn't. It's home box office.
Whoa!
Honey, I'm just kidding.
No, you're
Come
not.
on.
You actually
He thought
thought
that
that.
Red Band thought the E channel was about bikes.
Oh, Red Band, I don't mean to interrupt you, but one of the people came and told me your car is going off.
Is that true?
The lights keep flashing on everything.
Oh no, that's my alarm system.
This has now become a weekly problem on Joe Tony. This incredible electric car is a real mind of its own out there.
Now it has an alarm system where it's constantly
You must have got some
taking photos
grease.
of people.
You must have got some grease on the touchscreen.
You jerk off? You ever jerk off to a photo that your car takes?
Yeah, it takes video, Tony.
Whoa! What is it? Anything good happening out there? Can you see?
No, he will tell me if like it's just because it's parked near the sidewalk, so anyone walking by.
Oh, gotcha. That's why I keep going up.
All right. David, so much fun.
Yeah.
I love the performance side. I love it when people do things out of their comfort zone, things that are different. If only we could get William to do something different each week. I'm just kidding. He had a great set tonight. Everything's good. And yeah, great stuff. A perspective that would shock people and be very compelling, to say the least. We love you. The great David Lucas.
Yeah.
There you go. Back to the bucket we go. Wow, we know this young man. He's made a couple appearances on the show in the past month. One of the great comedy veterans here at the Comedy Store, a future paid regular of the Comedy Store, current door guy. This is a cool guy to hang out with. A fucking fun guy on stage and off. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mitch Burrow. Here we go.
Okay.
Here's Mitch Burrow, everybody. Come on, give him a hand, guys. There's a few people.
Thank you. I recently found out about incels and everyone's mad at them. I don't think that's fair. These guys aren't getting the fuck. I think they have every right to complain. The people who I don't like are the guys that do fuck and still complain about it. Right? Like the other day I was with this guy and he was like, dude, I was fucking this chick last night and the whole time she just laid there. It sucked. And I was like, really? That's what bothered you? That she was there? You didn't like that? You should try doing it alone sometime. I don't really think you appreciate the situation, right? Plus, me personally, I don't like it when they move around a lot. Makes me think they're trying to get away. So, you know. Having a southern accent, I get upset when people pick on accents. The other day, I heard these two guys behind me making fun of the Chinese accent, and I was like, not on my watch, that ain't gonna happen. So I turned around to let them know. I was like, hey, y'all need to cut that shit out. And it was just two Chinese dudes talking to each other. So I was like, my bad, I'm an idiot, but my heart's in the right place.
Mitch Burrow. Dig right to the river. Things that you're used to. Just to know you're not a one way or nothing at all. But I think you're better than West. Moving to Burrow. Hi, Mitch.
Hey, what up, Tyler?
How's it going, buddy?
Man, it's going good. I had a great day today.
Hell yeah, me too. I'm right there with you. Bright and early on the golf course, hitting the lanes.
Yep, had the best game of
That
my life.
is true. I tend to bring that out in people. Me and Mitch played golf earlier today, and Mitch won.
Yep, that's right.
It was a beautiful game, early morning, beautiful, beautiful trip to the top of the mountains of beautiful Pasadena, California.
Yeah, I didn't.
And this
any of
fucking
that.
guy has a natural stroke like you could not believe. Insert gay joke here.
I thought
He's
it would be
about to
more
have
about
one
me.
also.
Yeah, I thought it would be about me being overweight and dying.
Well, that one too. I guess so. Absolutely. Thank you for beating me to the punch there, Mitch. I love it. Absolutely fantastic. We had an Arnold Palmer, the God of Golf. We had a Spike Darnold,
Which is a John Daly.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Yeah.
It was fucking awesome. Nothing better than a fucking liquor lemonade iced tea at it was probably about 10:45 a.m.
Yeah. Can I real quick? I just want to off topic. Josh is here. Something very funny happened to me during quarantine.
This guy's a big fan of the 500 podcast because he thinks it's about his weight.
No, Josh has one of my favorite jokes, and I got reminded of it. I was in bed with this girl during quarantine, and she was like, "Hey, do you want me to suck your dick?" And I was like, "That'd be great." And then she went to do it, and her fucking hip popped, and I just go, "Oh man, it's like I'm about to get my dick sucked by Josh Adam Myers." And she just said, "Who is that?" And I was like, "Yeah, no, my bad."
You're thinking of Josh while you're having sex.
I never came harder.
Dude, I'm glad I popped in your head while you had an erection.
Yeah, dude.
That's something every comic wants to hear.
Now that's happened with every comedian up here. So
I think about Josh every time I'm getting a blowjob from a girl that's on fentanyl. That has a when she gets nude and I see that fentanyl patch, I think of you. But
also, I think Josh just had an allergic reaction to a nicotine patch and thought it was fentanyl.
Dude, I stole it from my mom. I know it was real.
he has a nicotine patch, a fentanyl patch, and you just have a sour patch. You sort of look like a cabbage patch. All right.
Don't forget about all the patches on the split jeans.
Whoa.
How hard was it for you to change the band name to Lady A?
Lady Antebellum.
Lady Antebellum. She's a southern. She's a country band, and Antebellum represents slavery. And then she was like, we're gonna change the Lady A instead of just completely different.
And then it turns out there was a black female artist who's been Lady A for a long time, and Lady Antebellum sued Lady A.
Yeah, they sued her.
She was like, we care about the
black woman
from the past.
For after they changed their name to her name.
Yeah.
To be fair, that black woman had never been a slave, so she didn't really care.
What happened with
Do
that?
you and David talk a lot? Because I feel like you two would get along.
Yeah, we started working out together. So
You're just like, fucking Trump's the man.
I can see the
Throw that way for Trump.
Are we just gonna breeze past the fact that Tony took credit for your win today?
No, that's what's funny. That's been the running joke with us. It's the only thing running that has to do with Mitch.
I love it when you're on because all those jokes.
Well, he'll be off in a few minutes. We'll be right back. Are you a Trump supporter? Good question.
No.
Josh. Oh, you're not?
No, I don't like the way that he talks.
I thought I had heard you say that you were like
a Republican.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're
I think that's the problem. Is that
Right.
you can be a Republican and be like, you know what, man, I fucking like guns, but I don't like fucking idiots.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can like pick and choose. Okay, I'm not looking for a slow clap. I appreciate it, but like it's just.
Keep going. It's okay. Ignore the band.
It shouldn't be a team sport, right? Like when that dude from Alabama was getting accused of trying to have sex with teenagers, all the Republicans should have been like, hey, you know what? We'll take the L on this one.
Right.
Democrats can have it. We'll come back next time and beat you with a guy that doesn't fuck kids. But they said, this is still our guy. And that's when I quit being a Republican.
Exactly. So now you're going to vote for Biden in this upcoming election?
No, dude, I just ain't going to do it. I voted for Gary Johnson last time. I'm just going to keep voting for Gary Johnson. That's my guy.
He runs every 4 years,
He
right?
wears a sport coat with blue jeans. That's my dude, man.
Yeah, dude.
I like that shit. Business and casual all at the same time. Sport coat and blue jeans is like the mullet of attire, so I dig it.
Very, very interesting. Did you ever? Who else have you voted for in the past?
I only voted
Jimmy Dean.
that time. My grandmother was asking me what kind of sausage I wanted. I was like, Jimmy Dean.
Is a write-in.
I really only voted once. The rest of the times I was like, it's okay, everything's cool. And then when Trump started running, I was like, I wanted to go
Did you
third
voted
party.
twice?
I just wanted to go third party.
Right. Of course.
I didn't. I mean, no, I only voted the one time.
Right. Yeah.
You don't get to vote more just because you're bigger.
Unless you have. Right. I was thinking about your absentee ballot back in Georgia.
No. I never did that. Even when I was in the Marine Corps, I never voted because I just figured everybody else would figure it out. I shouldn't. People like me shouldn't be voting anyway.
Right.
You look at the ballot, you don't know half the names on the list.
Usually when you're voting, it's for New Mountain Dew.
You know, that's not fair. Here's what happened. South Park did a thing about it with a fat guy and a Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew used to
Eventually,
be.
did they?
Yeah, but Mountain Dew used to be energy drinks.
Right.
It was the extreme people, motorcycles, fucking skydiving.
Remember that, yeah.
You know, fucking, it was do the extreme, baby.
Yeah.
And then South Park was like, look at that fat bald guy with a computer. And now that became the joke. It ain't right.
Oh, that's it. I just think of white trash. That's all I think of when I.
Yeah, who do you think rides motorcycles and goes skydiving?
Yeah.
I just said all those
I'm
things.
just saying, I don't think of fat, like, nerdy guys at a computer when I think of Mountain Dew. I think of just white trash.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, I love Mountain Dew. I just don't want to be associated too on the news.
What else has been going on, Mitch? What's going on in your world?
I just had a birthday.
Oh, shit. That's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah.
You get to eat cake and have an excuse this day.
You bought me a cake,
That's right.
and then I was
A cupcake.
I was looking at the comments on here, and someone said
Where?
on the Kill Tony videos.
On an episode that you were on?
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Oh no, you know what it was? I did Holtzman's. No, they like me. It's great. I can't wait to read about it later. People that haven't done acid, I still have an ego, so I gotta feed it.
You still have an ego after reading the comments?
Yeah,
You have an ego.
dude. Okay. Listen to everything that these fuckers and you are saying, and then you think a comment on YouTube is gonna bother. They're nicer than what you guys do.
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah, I have to go read the comments immediately after this just to feel, because you're like, Mitch, he really ain't that fat.
Okay, so you read the comments and then what happened?
And then, so it was on the Holtzman episode that I did on
Dead Air.
That's what, yeah. So I did Dead Air, and someone said, I wonder if Kill Tony still has a dark soul from when I did the DMT. And I told him, I was like, Tony, actually, his soul is very bright and shining now. After I got that.
You responded to a comment on YouTube?
Yeah, I let him know. I ain't gonna let him talk about shit like that,
What
man.
the fuck is wrong with you?
And now they follow me. I got a new fan.
Oh my goodness.
You know, you got to interact with these people.
Do you?
Yes, you got to.
I think you need to interact with these people, Mitch.
Well, that's what I'm talking about when I say that. Me,
I love
I'm
it.
very needy.
Did you get anything good for your birthday other than a cupcake?
I got some flip flops
Ooh.
and some board shorts
Wow.
when I go surfing.
Damn, you surf?
No, I did it. I tried it once. I had to use a paddleboard.
Oh,
You know, that's actually, you shouldn't have said that out loud.
please, we need video of this.
It's called sinking when a video goes.
Eventually, everyone does that.
My goodness.
Sorry, which one's the whore?
That's this one right
Oh.
here.
That's the terrifying
What would you do to her if given the chance?
Whatever the law allows, I guess. I saw her doing that thing with her tongue. I like tongue stuff.
Whoa. Blanche, meet Ranch.
I thought your set was really good.
Oh, wow.
Are you the oldest one?
Yeah.
You know, she was actually the youngest of the actors.
Yeah.
I got a lot of Golden Girls trivia.
Oh, really? What else? What else do you know?
That's actually, I didn't think you were going to follow up on
Oh,
that.
Quentin Tarantino, I believe, once played a pizza man or something like that. He's an Elvis impersonator. I always get the pizza man and Elvis impersonator.
Favorite show of all time.
I only saw
It was like a 3-second cameo.
I only saw one episode, and that was the one where the whore, she rear-ended a guy, because that was her move. She'd see a guy with a Lexus or a Cadillac, bump into him, and then like exchange information and be kind of slutty, and then like start dating him. This one, she did it. He got out wearing a neck brace, and then it was like I'm gonna sue you, even though you're a whore. And then that was what the whole episode was about.
I invited Quentin Tarantino to kill Tony one time.
That's true. I think we talked about this on a Ice House episode.
Tony didn't believe me at first. He thought I was pulling his leg, but I went up to him at a restaurant when I saw him eating.
I've always wondered why Quentin has never shown up to this show, and that could be in there.
I was dressed as Dorothy from the Golden Girls. I said, I do a show at the Comedy Store.
Were you wearing the flip flops? He's in the feet, so.
Oh, that would have helped, actually.
Yeah.
I always thought growing up when I was young that Dorothy was a man dressed up as a woman.
I thought so, too.
Really?
Yes.
Is that
B. Arthur?
Arthur?
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
Because I never had a woman with that deep of a voice before.
And she was tall and lurky, kind of.
if you're gonna have a voice that deep, you should be Arthur.
Oh my goodness. There you go. There he goes. Mitch Burrow, everybody. Mitch, what's your social media again? At Mitch Burrow on everything. And Dan Nolan Comedy. Beautiful. You know what? Let's go to the bucket one more time before.
But I think that's better that way.
Yeah.
I remember it was kind of good to me. I was, working, making money as an actor. I have to stand up quite far. Stand up. I never been on a set where I didn't want it to be over. I said it out loud. That's true. Like, I love acting, but there's nothing like stand up. There's nothing like stand up. But I remember I was doing a TV show. I was doing a sitcom. It was a big sitcom at the time. And I was making a lot of money. And the director was a huge TV director. It's a good friend of mine now. And then he did this Martin Lawrence. So he's on one of the biggest. He was directing like two of the biggest pilots. And he had this huge Martin Lawrence deal. Martin Lawrence was huge. And he wrote this Blackberry. And I go, what's the matter? He said, the movie's not trending well. And I went, oh man, you're making millions of dollars. And you're dependent on your movie trending well. You're dependent on a bunch of factors that you have no control over. And if it doesn't do well, you're out. You go to movie jail. They'll put you in movie jail. If your movie doesn't do well, they go, yeah, you can't, we're not going to, sorry, man, we're not, you're not a director right now for us. What year is this? What is 2001? That's how it works. So if you get a hit, you're great. If you're moving bombs, they're like, no, we're not gonna. They shelve you. You just get shelved. You get shelved, and that's the deal. And I thought to myself, if I don't start doing stand-up, more stand-up, I'm gonna be this guy. I'm gonna be that little guy where you look at as you're fucking Plan B. Yeah, hell yeah. And then I watched Rogan doing podcasts. We did it. I got together Chris again with Will Sasso, who's gonna find people on the planet. And we did 10-minute podcast. That was Will Sasso's idea. Was let's do a 10-minute podcast. I was like, damn. And that developed a cult following we didn't even know we had. We had no idea. I would do Rogan's podcast. I didn't know how big it was. I did it 50 times. I was like, I don't know. We're doing it in his garage. Or he had a small room in his house for a while. Not his garage. And then we were doing it in the studio, but we didn't know. Nobody knew how big it was. But the message boards and things. Then I started, because I realized, I was like, I don't want to be dependent on acting, and I don't want to be dependent on stand-up, because I got to sell tickets. And it was before podcasts. So you had to rely on the media. So you have to wake up really early and do media. I did radio the other day. I loved it. Yeah, it's what I do back in the day. That's how you sold tickets. But still, you were still dependent on that shit. Nobody was making money, bro. It's stand-up. Back then, like, if you made $10,000, that was a lot. It's still a lot, but I'm saying, like, there was no such thing as a comic that was selling arenas or, like, making a few people. It was the first one you remember. They got, like, the arena act, and you saw it, like, I remember Rogan said, this MySpace stuff is crazy. I got lines from the books. I just posted about it. Then I watched Dane Cook go through. That's what I thought that was going to be a David Crazy area when it started. out that like he started answering emails. He was like, if I start gathering emails, you know, well, that's brilliant email list. That's what he did. That's what Kevin Hart did because he followed Dane Cook. So, but Rogan was the first with the podcast. Yeah, the one thing about Rogan is that he's consistent. Like if he starts something, he's gonna keep. He holds himself to the highest standard. So he's got very good instincts for it. His vision is great. Well, it's just about focusing on one thing. I was always doing 1,000 things. He'd be like, dude, come on, man, focus on this one thing, right? But I watched, see, it's all about jumping from lily pad to lily pad. I can't rely on acting. I watched too many famous people that I knew. Household names have to sell their house because they couldn't. It dries up, bro. Wow, it dries up. Jay Leno said that. You know, you got maybe 8 years when you're first in the chair, and then you're last in the chair, bro. And there's no exceptions. No exceptions. You might have a revival 20 years from now, but overall, if you're going to put your eggs in the acting basket, I can't tell you. I cannot tell you how many people you would know who had to sell their house who didn't have 10 grand in the bank, and I'm not joking. And I watched that and I was like, oh, I gotta start doing stand-up. And then I watched that and I go, I gotta start doing podcasts because podcasts will feed the stand-up. I think podcasts essentially is a comedy for a 401k, if you think about it. Well, it was. So, you know, Friday Night Kid was number 4 in the world and for a long time in sports. But it was before anybody, my agent, who had me doing, you know, I was starring on a sitcom. I was making more on my podcast. He couldn't believe it. He goes, what is a podcast? It's my agent. What is a podcast? I was like, we get sponsorship because you do. So, again, it was a privilege to kind of be part of that comedy store renaissance. When I would walk in a room on a Tuesday, okay? I'd walk into the comedy store, and it was comedy chaos. It was Sam Tripoli would put on a show. And let me tell you who's in the green room. Anthony Jeselnik, Joe Rogan, Bill Burr, Sebastian Maniscalco, Theo Vaughn, Chris D'Elia, Joey Diaz, Norm Macdonald would pop in, Cat Williams would pop in. That was for $24, ladies and gentlemen. $24. Oh, I don't know, 2015 to 20. And then I'm with Rogan in the bar in the back of the comedy store when COVID hit. And I remember Rogan said, because I think he'd been talking to Dan White, he said to me, and one of the guys, he goes, hey, you want to hear something crazy? Dana told Trump, I think Dana said it, or maybe Trump, they're talking about shutting down the country for a week. And we were like, no way. And he goes, yeah, a week. And that, of course, turned into forever. But it's just fun to be part of these, like, these huge eras. Yeah, that's what happens when you're 50. A year away from 60. You should have seen me with my pants on. Yeah, foot and dig. What are you talking? Foot and dig. I'm working with a piece. Foot and dig. We know this. So you never crossed over before. They know that because I've been doing a lot on this podcast. So Ryan Callen went on a podcast. I think it got 3,000 views. And when it's about how his career is dead now, and how it used to be so good. They talk about the magical time, TV shows, stand-up, podcasting. It's all still technically there, I guess, but it has completely tanked. Speaking of tanked, I think Callen got drunk off of Coronas. Well, you're here. Callen got drunk. He was detailing everything about how he was making more money off of the podcast than he was even on a TV show. What was he talking about? The Goldbergs. And that's the thing now about. So the Fighter and the Kid basically dead, and they ended up in a storage unit to shoot the podcast. But that podcast has been dead for a while, but they made so much money that they've been able to live off that. But it's a classic thing. They've upped their lifestyles extravagantly. But there comes a point in time to where you lifestyle, only so long can more money go out than comes in, and a lot less money has been coming in. I mean, Callan makes $25,000 a month on the Fighter and the Kid podcast. Sounds like a lot of money. However, he has to pay $20,000 a month in alimony. He has to do right. He has just had no kids. He has to pay for privilege and all this type of stuff because he has older. Like, for a while now, more money has been going out than coming in. And it's the lifestyle in general. I mean, this sounds like a great lifestyle, but like in your early 20s, maybe 30s. I mean, Callan probably hates it at like 60, having to drag himself to the airport every weekend and get on a plane. That's the trade-off. You know, you can make a lot of money, but that traveling probably becomes hell after a while. Now his career is completely dead and over. His last special, it tanked. And now he's stuck doing a podcast with a reenactment story. Yeah, well, it sucks to be you, Callan. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. Brendan Schaub has changed things up quite a bit over on the Think Right YouTube channel. And he's doing things like going live only one time per week, interacting with the chat, things he never used to do. Never live shows. It's always the Golden Hours pre-recorded, the Kids pre-recorded, the Shop Show pre-recorded, put out later. Well, I think one of the reasons why things are changing is that back in August of 2023, Brendan Schaub signed with Podcast One. And Podcast One picked out the Front of the Kids, Shop Show, Golden Hour. So there was a company backing his endeavors. Thanks to the recording of Unique Entertainment YouTube. We now find that is no longer the case. He's not getting renewed on Podcast. I mean, when Podcast One announced in January of this year their re-signing, Schaub wasn't part of it. Adam Carolla was, not Schaub. This explains why Schaub just recently completely quit the Golden Hour podcast and why he's been talking about putting the Fighter and the Kid where he's going to quit. See, what had happened? Now, this is speculation, but nobody knows Brendan Schaub better than Unique, who's still being sued by Brendan Schaub's still suing this guy. But he quit the Golden Hours. The Golden Hours down to just Crystalia and Eric Griffin. The fact that they're still doing that together at last. It started as the King and the Sting. No one from the original show was even on it anymore. It's like going to see Foreigner in concert. What the fuck is this? Am I wrong in thinking that it would still do good enough numbers that he should be a part of it and associated with it? Or does it not do as well as his fighting stuff? Because I thought those were two of the bigger things he did. You know, let's take a look at that. Let's look at what the Golden Hours doing.
Well, welcome aboard to the Mike Holt Show, and today my guest is Rabbi Rothschild, and you're in California. So tell us a little bit about yourself, because you're a very interesting chap.
They're making it very clear there's the two people you will see on the show. Will not be Brendan Schaub. I wonder if they're thinking this is a Dish West attraction. Oh, wow. Anyway, most recent episode, 39,000 views. Before that, 48,000, 51,000, 58,000, 5,000. This show used to 100,000 views. And now it's doing probably less than, well, maybe more than what it becomes actually gets. It's probably in that ballpark. Remember they just did that live show in Austin, and they're like, oh, this is great, we gotta do was fantastic. They couldn't even get it together to have dinner before or after dinner. Exactly. That's right. One was big, right? Yes. Two of the others are just passed out. One was with Rogan. It was exactly how you would have pictured it before they even left for us. Happened here is Shaw signed that deal. Remember, CO hated that deal. That's another big part. The reason why CO Rob left. Yeah, that was that deal with Cast Media. That guy who didn't pay anyone, gave everyone these guarantees for big advertising dollars. It was pretty much a Ponzi scheme. Just not paying anyone for months and months to find a work. Hey, man, I think it was $1.6 million for a job. And the podcast one partner with this company to really do this last role. Jim Cornette sued that Tom's a guy, but Shaw and others like podcast one. Yes, that was the explanation of that. So, what's happening now with Brendan Shaw is he's doing so many things. The scheduling, I think we talked about this last week. The scheduling is getting under control. It's very hard to follow when you're going to get to watch it live when it's pre-taped. Now, typically, we do the Big Brown breakdown live on Mondays and Thursdays, and we do the live chat on Tuesdays and Fridays. And usually, Tuesday and Fridays, live chats was at 11 a.m. Central Time. Monday's Big Brown will typically be at 9 a.m. Central Time, so we're doing super early for you guys. But Brian Callen is missing the second week in a row, Fun Kid, so that frees me out. He's coming a little later. That comes in a little later. So that's what we're doing. It's always good when you're scheduling your program. It was convenient for you. They usually do 9 a.m. You're going to do Fun Kid later, but Brian's not around, so I'm sleeping in. Sleep good. Start at 11. Cool. I wonder if Howard Stern ever did that. Quick announcement tomorrow, the show starts in. They can open in the show by saying, well, back to bed. So that's a lot, right? Did you follow that? Everybody knows down what's going on? Just Central Time? Is that uncommon? I know, it's awesome. So he's doing all these live shows that he does zero work. We'll get into that. But it's basically just AMAs. Ask me anything. And the way that he's doing that is you have to pay him for the privilege of asking him anything. So he's picking up the show for he's like, well, it's cats. The guys who are doesn't give a fuck. I don't want to make money. So just make sure that everybody here likes me. And the only thing he's really telling me about is UFC. So it's whatever fan base he's built up with Fighter the Kid or anything else that he's done Golden Hour and stuff like that, like people are into comedy, right? You've read about that. They'll be absolutely so questions are coming in for him about they know these guys some haters. So what are they gonna do about that? My street says you guys are gonna have to hit us because they have to pay. I can't say that bullshit. Yeah, Jim Waters, like, what are you gonna do? Because they have to pay to get on here. Hey, it's a weird thing. You know what's the weird thing? Wearing short shorts and having it so that we can see your crotch in the shot. Could you imagine a news anchor like this? Why not like nice time? His head, his face is in shadows, and his crotch is well lit in the center. Your eye is drawn to it. Now that's production. It's like the eclipse, like it doesn't look so big. Alright, so this is Brendan explaining how totally phoned in this show really is. Man, topics would help to have topics that you want to discuss with Pete questions. And also, to help us out, Nick Davison, to help you start the show and have some topics that you actually want the guys to discuss on the chat. You just come forward and say, this chat's what they want. Yeah, I mean, up to me, whatever they want. So the guy goes, no, you can't just sit here and take questions for 90 minutes, 5 days a week. That's the laziest thing ever. You lazy man. Right? So when you show up with things to talk about, and the questions are interesting, you're just putting up questions coming in. his hands are tied. Yeah, yes, it is. This is the show format, guys. Get down on corporate. And why does his set look like a really cheap teenager's bedroom, but Chet looks like he's in a really modern, like the CEO of a very expensive company? I feel like they're sitting in the wrong place. Right. So I think Brendan's trying to distract us. It's That's right. Spinning or shit. Side tables and everything. He's dragging shit in with his foot, just sticking it onto the set. A guy that you might know if you're a fan of WTP is Principal Uncertainty. He has been around for a while in the chat. He's the one who discovered how good Lisa. And he's the first super chatter on Brendan Schaub's talk show. How's this work? So, they're just donating money to answer your questions. All services, this is like a quick question. And this all this the super chat. I don't know how super chat works, but it's okay. I've ordered my blind mic. Do you prefer hats or socks? Both. And if I had to pick one, hats, I love hats. My mom gets mad, so my mom watches it when I use it for these live chats. And she always wants me to do my hair. But I love hats. My mom gets mad that I wear hats all the time. Why did he answer that question? Well, he knows the rules. His hands are tied. It's like one of the answers. Sucks. And he fucking answers it like, yeah, I'll be guys out. That's what I'm worried. We got transfer for this is either or. Right? It's so stupid. I don't know. He's in trouble with that question. So that question comes up. Are there moderators? Yeah. Time out or ban them? While the chat's going? And this is the easiest place. So he just has the storage warehouse place where he puts his vehicles in there. He puts some sets. And the AC unit's cranking. It's like you should have to vacuum out. Can I moderators on this thing? If we assign like certain people and like fans that we trust to like pay attention to all the stuff before to your point, Adam, there's a Cybertruck parked behind. I think this is a Cybertruck, right? It's parked behind Chet. And so it's a big empty warehouse. Got your stuff for it. But other than that, it actually is presentable. It's got to be unique setup. He looks like a super villain or an artist or perhaps he wants to sell me a Cybertruck. This guy looks like he's like squished in between this subway and seat that he doesn't belong in. It's like a shitty car on bronze. Have Gemma do an ask if she's done. Yeah, Gemma, if you're down. And then after show about later too. If I'm there. Oh, yeah, I'm not using it. Can't you just make your mods on here now too? You mean, we do the little chair level? No, I know after show and I think Gemma will do good for both of them. So, in real time, watching this meeting with the producer, is we monitoring in here, watching the chat, kicking people out? Is there a show? What a show? And Chet's like, yeah, I mean, we should talk about it afterwards and figure out, pick that person up, and make that person up. Right now, you can do that? Yeah. What could go wrong? Like hiring a summer. Let's just give them control. Who's allowed to give us money? What could possibly go wrong with that? So, getting back to Unique. As I mentioned, typically when they're in charge of file, Brendan sued Unique. And I think for copyright law, because that lawsuit. And the judge ruled that it was various. It was transformative enough. And Brendan, rather than put his tail between his legs and walk back home, decided to appeal that. So I believe this is dragging on them. And of course, Unique gets a chance to super chat Brendan now. So he's in there trying to chat with him.
Look who the fuck it is. What up, pimp?
Hello.
Hello. All right, what did you accomplish today?
So I accomplished so many things. I accomplished my new and officially email address for live podcast. It's on the Seznam. It's not Gmail, it's Seznam.
Okay, whatever.
So yeah, and I did my first episode on Rumble.
That's great. Good job. Did you do your podcast?
I will going to do soon. Like I think tomorrow or I don't know times. But yeah, soon.
Okay. And you sound positive, so that's good.
The food because my grandmother make me cake for my 22 birthday, so I have slice.
Okay, well that's okay. So what else is new?
And I make another episode for I make arrangement for the next Friday to make another episode.
Oh, you got somebody else?
Yes. So I have every day.
Phenomenal, my man. Are you happy?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, just a little bit. Not very much.
Yeah. Like I don't want to be like I am very grateful what I have. So yeah, I am happy.
Okay. I understand that.
God is the best.
There you go, big dog.
I don't know if I can say this on your stream, but
yeah, you can say that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you've got somebody lined up every day next week, right? Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Are you excited about that?
I donate to my Amazon. I have what?
Are you excited about that?
About what?
About having somebody available every day next week.
Yeah, I am like it's pretty good.
Okay, are you proud?
And a very good thing, the UFC will be in my birthday day. So that's nice.
The UFC will be on your birthday date.
Yeah.
Okay.
Episode with somebody from UFC.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Do you feel as if they're going to be a good guest?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
All right. And do you think that they're going to understand what you do? And for how long do you plan on speaking with them? For how long? For how long do you think? For how long do you think you're gonna speak with them? For how long are you?
If you ask me how long I will have there on that episode, I will be completely up to them.
It will be completely up to them.
Up to them. Yeah.
Okay, that works.
Yeah.
And do you think that what are you going to talk about with them?
And we're gonna talk about I don't like how UFC personnel works in Shanghai, because this guy is from Shanghai. He's an American, but like he's like main guy in Shanghai for UFC. So I'm gonna talk about that.
Okay. All right, big dog.
So I am hoping I am doing a good job.
I think you're doing a great job, my man. Are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, a little bit.
You should be.
I can do all.
You absolutely should be. Now, do you think that you will be able to upload everything to Rumble this week?
Maybe I will can get tonight, because I'm planning to get my night time shift and be up all night and upload it,
Okay, why are you gonna stay up all night?
because I need to upload it and speed wins.
Oh, so you're gonna stay up all night and upload it?
Yep.
Okay, do you think that's gonna work?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you excited to stay up all night and do it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I don't know if I can, but I will gonna definitely, if I'm sleeping in a very late hours.
Okay. Do you think you are? Why don't you stay in here when you do it? I'll keep you company.
Thanks.
100%. How many do you have to upload?
24, more than 10.
More than 10?
Yeah, so like this will be wrong tonight.
All right. Well, I'm here for you, big dog.
Thanks.
Absolutely, my friend.
How did you survive that very hot weather?
Oh, it's okay. I do my best to stay cool. Did we talk? I did a podcast after we talked, I think, yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah, it was an hour, and it had 8 people on it, which is a lot. And so when there are 8 people, you can't really necessarily dominate the conversation, but I did do my best to be a good guest. We talked about transhumanism. Do you know what transhumanism is?
I don't remember from our episode.
That's okay. It's the ability to live, like extend your life, and then maybe become something else. All right, so why don't you start uploading to Rumble, and I'm here to keep you company.
I will. So I will be back by that time.
Oh, why are you leaving?
Okay. Because I'm not home.
Oh, okay.
I'm with my uncle and my auntie.
Okay, well, yeah, get home, and then when you're home, come in here, start uploading stuff. If you have questions, let me know, and I can help you make sure that
Okay.
your titles are correct.
Okay. Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
Big Dog.
I let you know.
Yes, sir.
Bye.
Take care, Big Dog.
Super chat, so I had to send a couple. I got banned. This is the last one I got banned where I put with the 300 pages of evidence against Bob. So that's the guy who's suing Brendan because he had 10% ownership in that company. And Brendan used to like put out Instagram posts every day and do his promotion. He just fucked off and did nothing. So the guy's suing him, and Brendan's just like, oh, I have all of the documentation that proves that it was actually a breach. So they went through, I don't know the extent of it, but I think it's what sure Brendan doesn't want to discuss on the show. But after we played into a bit of a video for a moderator, and so now we see what the dude moderators immediately. This is serious, so they're talking about lawsuits and shit. And so you can see that right there. That'll get me. Brendan was calling out to shit. Yeah, keep getting a good thing. And there's tagging Unique and saying, I need mod status to ban this turkey tweet. That's over here. Oh, wait, that's what are taking a shit in. Yeah, that's not what I invented. Now look it up. You should say I'm sitting in the right chair.
And somebody pointed out, that's Chin's. That's Chin's Cybertruck behind him.
Remember Jesus Christ bought a Cybertruck?
Yes, he did. Like right as they were announcing scaling back and using that just that's what I was doing behind him to remind him.
He's also putting it in sound.
That's true.
I'm gonna take a nap. That's cool.
It really isn't far to go forward.
It's horrifying. And then the other question I had. I might answer my question, dance for my money. Storage your boy. Why does your house have less land when you said it would have more? He's reading these, by the way. They're highlighted in the thing, and he has to ignore them. And this comes into the ultimate problem, because as you've seen in Chin, it's already stale and boring. Because he's not going to answer any of the interesting questions. So all of these shows are just, yeah, that guy's better than that guy at farm takedowns. Yeah, like that guy, great guy, never met him. Yeah, such a bitch. So I think you make spot on with this analysis. Brendan Job, recruited this year, started up a Patreon. And he said, all right, you join our Patreon, I'm going to do these AMA episodes, and we'll get into it. And he has. He's answered questions that really pointed at Brian Campbell's performance, how Brandon King's going, why the show's gone to shit, and Brendan answers seriously. So he's like, sweet, I can monetize the hate. That's what Aaron was talking about, monetize the hate. So he's going, wait a second, can we just make them pay me to ask me questions like 4 days a week? It seems pretty cool. So now that's what he's doing. And unfortunately, if he's not going to answer questions that hurt his feelings, then people are going to tune out. You think? I think it's going to get real boring real quick. I have a feeling that Unique is correct. Just talking about UFC fighters who he thinks going to win on Saturday night. Yeah, we already covered hats and socks. They're talking about.
Well, it's going to be up to Thick Boy Records to financial weight here. Thick Boy for life.
So I think that the fight with Kid probably will go away. The podcast wasn't backing it anymore. Nobody seems to give a shit. Right here, that's a good show now. So he doesn't give a shit. Who cares? And it was like, this is what Brendan Schaub's going to do now. It's just the lowest effort thing we can possibly do. Which is not too easy.
Fuck, we gotta do a thing. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, keep trying, but this is the number to look by. It is 12th of Tab is 5786 Saturday, June 20th. But it's some bullshit about the Bible. It sucks. Alright, so the weekly Torah portion depends on whether you're flying diaspora or Israel reading cycle. Diaspora is Parsha, Chukat, Balak, or Numbers 19, 1 through 25, 9. Haftarah, Micah 5, 6, 6 through 8, 5, 6 through 6, 8. Israel, Parsha, Balak. Haftarah, Micah 5, 6, 6 through 8. Main themes of Chukat. The combined portion includes several well-known episodes: the law of the red heifer and ritual purification, the deaths of Miriam and Aaron, Moses striking the rock instead of speaking to it, the bronze serpent raised to heal the Israelites, the prophet Balaam and his talking donkey, Balaam's attempted curses becoming blessings, Israel's encounter with Moab and Midian, and ending with the incident of Baal Pharaoh. Alright, well that's cool. Nobody gets. Oh, really? People are gonna be like, that shit was the most boring shit of anything that you said. It's 144 days of GTA 6. I think that's as fuck. And we've been doing this for 183 days. Everybody knows that. Alright, are you done? What number on what number will we?
Enduring image to emerge from the world of the Kabbalah. This arboreal figure with a balance of circular nodes and linear connections conjures a kind of sacred geometry.
Gross. Look at this move. I mean, maybe is it more about the move or the athleticism? It's really unprecedented. What is this bullshit? Garbage. Yo, dog, are you fucking serious? Sucks. It's the worst. Dog.
In the practice of magic, the power of language is
Look at this move, though. Folks. Are you fucking
for the sorcerer,
serious?
language
Look at this
is a
move.
metaphysical bridge between various registers of reality, binding and changing them through the force and will of the magician. Though, just how that's supposed to work, just what the causal mechanism behind magic is, remains contested and often theoretically underdeveloped. One of the clearest theoretical and practical accounts of the role of language in the practice of magic is found, surprisingly, in Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy, specifically in the final chapters of the first book. In this episode, I want to explore Agrippa's occult philosophy, language, and magic. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, or mysticism, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics and esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting this channel and the project of Esoterica. Now, let's turn to one of the greatest works on occultism ever produced, Agrippa's 3 books. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Cornelius Agrippa's De Occulta Philosophia Libri Tres could just as well be entitled Summa Magica, as it is one of the most complete and systematic accounts of magical theory and practice ever produced in history. In fact, I would recommend taking a look at my general introduction to the occult philosophy of Agrippa in the episode linked in the card above. It'll help lay some of the historical groundwork for the more philosophical exploration of this episode. In the occult philosophy, Agrippa lays out a highly developed account of the metaphysics of the occult by proceeding systematically through 3 distinct registers of reality: the terrestrial world, our world, the celestial world, the world of the stars, and the super celestial world, the world of the divine. For Agrippa, the human being is the intersection of these 3 realities. And because of there being this central nexus, the Magus has the ability to commune and manipulate especially this register of reality, the terrestrial world, our world, through various magical practices. Central to that magical work is the role and power of language to call forth, bind, and infuse our register of reality with both the power of their will but also the power of the superior astral realm and intelligences therein, and even beyond that, the power of the divine. Of course, the concept of the power of magical words and incantations is a basic commonplace in magic. I think most children will know the ancient quasi-Aramaic abracadabra, which actually might mean something like I create as I speak, though the origin is admittedly mysterious. But Agrippa really situates the power of language and magic within a much larger systematic framework. However, for the purposes of this episode, I want to isolate his occult philosophy of language, but to do so, let's first turn to his philosophy of mind. Agrippa inherits a rather orthodox philosophy of mind from the inheritance of Islamic commentators of Aristotle, especially Sina and Ibn Rushd, or Avicenna and Averroes, respectively, mostly filtered through Thomas Aquinas. Here we have the human body composed of a ratio of the four simpler corporeal bodies, that is to say, earth, air, fire, and water, with the honor of the affects spread through the body in a spectrum of dignity, from the head, which is magnified and glorified by reason, to the more meaner extreme regions of the body, such as the stomach or the extremities. Contra Aristotle and the Stoics, who maintain that the soul or mind is actually located in the heart, Agrippa locates it in the head, with the senses being divided between inner and outer senses. The classic five senses, sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch, track their respective nobility and power so as to be located in various parts of the body. While the inner senses are said to be divided into four, kinda, and those divisions are also divided into various faculties. The four are the faculties of representation or common sense, which unifies the data flowing from our outer senses into a coherent representation of reality. The imaginative faculty, which constructs novel representations from the common sense or from memory, which is in fact the fourth faculty. It's the third, however, that's most key in our discussion and for Agrippa, and that's the faculty of the phantasia, or the inward sense, which does a range of mental work, including forming judgments or diagnosing truth claims. Now, when I said there are four faculties, kinda, I said that because Agrippa also marshals this faculty to serve as the place of intellection, or the fantastical intellect as it might be known, which connects the soul to the mind and thus to the supernal realms. This faculty receives and makes impressions from the tripartite soul. This idea obviously goes back to at least Plato, though it's been, by the time it gets to Agrippa, filtered through 2 millennia of hella complicated intellectual development, but this is a part of us that is with the superior powers of both the astral and the divine realm. The soul for Agrippa, again, following a relatively orthodox medieval model, has itself 3 faculties. The competitive part of our soul, which inclines it to its natural end, the desire for nutrition or sex. The second is the realm of the affects of positive and negative emotions. And finally, the intellective part of the soul, which serves as the ground for the will itself and further connects the mind or the passive intellect with the quasi-divine, active intellect. Now, you're probably wondering about the exact distinction between the mind and the soul. Well, you can just go get in line with the rest of us who've been wondering about that exact relationship for about 2,000 years or something. The history of philosophy, beginning with Plato and especially Aristotle, has proven incredibly vague on this account. Did you hear that bit a second ago about how our mind is called the passive intellect, which begins with a quasi-divine, eternal, and separate active intellect? That concept emerges from what must be the single most perplexing few sentences in all of Greek philosophy, from Aristotle's De Anima, Book 3, Chapter 5, lines 438 and 25. What amounts to a paragraph of Aristotle became a mountain of interpretation in the millennia that followed, and no one, to this day, has any real sense of what in the hell Aristotle was talking about. Honestly, Agrippa's account here is pretty vague and
more than a little hand wavy. But the material he's dealing with is already a mess, and it wouldn't be until a century later when much of the inheritance of ancient philosophy of mind, at least at some level, would be shelved, beginning with the 1641 Meditations on First Philosophy by Descartes, and eventually the uptake of such ideas into Immanuel Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, and eventually into contemporary phenomenology. So, despite all those people that want to make a radical break between medieval thought and modern thought in the form of Descartes, I would actually argue that his concept of the natural light of reason is kind of the active intellect repackaged, or at least entering into its philosophical half-life. But that's an argument for another day. After a discussion of the emotions or the passions, which Agrippa divides into 11, actually probably again following Thomas Aquinas. In fact, Agrippa leans really heavily on Thomas Aquinas in much of these sections, in fact through the entire three books of occult philosophy. Here he argues how the passions make such an impression on the other faculties of the mind, and by extension the physical body, that these impressions can be so strong that they can lead to physical distress, such as the fear of heights causing someone to tremble uncontrollably, but also even cases of death from extreme despair or joy. Further extreme rage can, according to Agrippa and various quasi-historical accounts that he cites, cause fire or even lightning to emerge from the body, which sounds totally awesome. This actually reminds me of a tale in the Talmud where Shimon Bar Yochai is said to emerge from years of isolation hiding from the Romans in a cave, whereupon he emerged and his fierce judgment of what he took to be all the religious slackers around him called burning rays to shoot forth from his eyes. Well, after killing a bunch of people with his judgy laser eyes, he returned to the cave and calmed down a bit before allegedly re-emerging and composing the Sefer Zohar, or the Book of Radiance. So, judgy laser eyes. Well, laser eyes aside, Agrippa turns his attention to the ability of the mind to supervene upon the body, including other bodies other than your own, more generally. A mundane example of this would be how we have fear inside of dreams that causes our body to sweat or tense up. But Agrippa extends this to the ability of, for instance, witches to hex others by intense hatred and the steadfast eye. And here we have a plausible explanation for the infamous idea of the evil eye. Further, such intense projections of the mind or soul can be amplified via astral power by timing such effective projections with astrological alignments. So, projections of anger can be amplified by Mars, or intense study can be amplified by the exact Saturn. Of course, such projections could also be dampened by astral alignments as well. So, his general point here is to establish that mental and spiritual causation upon bodies is real at both mundane and supermundane levels. And this is truly key. His entire theory of magic rests on the reality of mental, spiritual, and astral causation acting upon physical bodies, especially when that causation is the result of the will of the magus. What Agrippa is doing here reveals his profound genius. He's using rather orthodox medieval philosophies of mind to rather unorthodox ends, or at least unorthodox for that time. He's using them as the very foundation for his theory and practice of magic. And indeed, the final chapter of Book 1 of the three books is perhaps the most decisive for his general theory of magic. Here he spells out how the three metaphysical realms are causally linked, and that magic is causing change, specifically at the terrestrial register, by invoking celestial and super-celestial powers through various symbols, gestures, language, talismans, etc. Such greater powers impress themselves upon inferior powers, and the nexus of all of this is the mind and soul of the magus, which serves as a conduit through which such powers are projected. That's why, philosophy is an occult philosophy. Such connections which causally bind the various registers of reality aren't apparent to the five external senses. They are hidden, are occult. This is why I think it would be better to think of this vast tome not as 3 books of occult philosophy, but rather, right, the philosophy here isn't being occulted. Agrippa is literally writing a book to clarify it. Rather, it is 3 books of philosophy of the occult, or that which is hidden, namely the causal connections which bind the levels of reality by which the Magus changes that reality, which is, you guessed it, just what we call magic. Also, it's worth pointing out here that Agrippa relies heavily on a fragmentary work of Proclus called De Sacrificio et Magica, translated by Copenhaver as On the Priestly Art. While the Corpus Hermeticum gets all the play for reigniting interest in all things Hermetic, check out my episode on those Hermetic texts in the card above, this small fragment of Proclus basically laid down the groundwork for all of Renaissance magic and Western magic since. In fact, it's so important that I'll be doing an entire episode about just that fragment of Proclus. Really, I find Proclus endlessly fascinating. If I could do an Esoterica book club, the first text that I'd want to read would be Proclus' Elements of Theology. But again, that's a story for another day. After this decisive flip from Proclus' Sacrificio et Magica, which establishes the causal nexus which links the various metaphysical realms and underwrites their manipulation through magical practice, Agrippa reveals the central key of this practice, the use of magical language. For Agrippa, language is an extension of our intellectual, that part of our mind and soul which connects us to the celestial and super-celestial realms, with words, signs, and characters being the vehicle, vehicula, to use his language, really using Proclus' language, but whatever, by which the powers of those realms flow through the Magus, thus impacting the terrestrial realm. Language is an externalization of that connection to the higher, more powerful realms. These ideas originated, at least in the philosophical literature in places like Plato's Cratylus, but they are systematically presented in terms of magic and antiquity and Diabolicus on the Egyptian mysteries. Again, this all shows Agrippa's vast breadth of knowledge. He is able to synthesize this stuff into one coherent magical system. The languages are, for Agrippa, divided into natural and artificial. Artificial languages are those in which the relationship between the sign and the signifier is arbitrary. Think of contemporary semiotics and Saussure, where there is no metaphysical link between a being and the linguistic unit used to represent that being. For instance, the sound, house, nomos, oikos, and bite don't strike modern semiotics as metaphysically connected to the place in which you live, your house. However, Agrippa isn't a student of Saussure and thus also admits of what he calls natural language, where the relationship between the sign and the signifier is metaphysically linked. In natural languages, there exists what he calls proper names, which bear a direct linguistic ontological connection between sign and signifier. By knowing the proper name of a thing, one can manipulate that thing through the use of language as connected via the will of the Magus, as connected to the celestial and super-celestial realms. Further, this is also how charms and incantations work, which Agrippa seems to think are more powerful when they're put into verse rather than prose. Indeed, the very breadth of the Magus on which such magic power rides is said to bear supernatural power, never blown on dice before casting them. That natural 20 that you roll 3 times in a row might really have been the result of such magical projected breathing. Though Agrippa is also rather clear that intention and belief are required for the flow of power in the Magus to be effective. It's as if disbelief acts as a kind of blockage for the flow of the magical power, and thus intention, will, faith, and sincere belief in the operation are keys for its success. For it to flow from the super celestial or celestial realms through the megas, you have to believe, opening yourself up to the possibility that it will flow. Otherwise, your disbelief acts as a kind of blockage, and thus the effects of the magic won't bear on the terrestrial realm. But, according to Agrippa, all languages aren't completely equal. For him, the natural language was also the primeval language spoken by Adam in paradise, and the language closest to that is Hebrew. Indeed, Agrippa believes that the Hebrew letters themselves are a reflection of the stellar array that was written in the heavens, and Hebrew itself is a kind of starry language best suited for magical operations generally. Here, Agrippa leans heavily on the proto-Kabbalistic text, the Sefer Yetzirah, a text which had long linked the 22 Hebrew letters and the 10 numbers to the speech act creation of God of the entire cosmos. Now you might begin to understand why all those magical diagrams you've seen tend to contain some Hebrew, those found in Agrippa's Tres Libri all the way down to the infamous cycle of Baphomet. Though Hebrew already had a place in Western magic prior to Agrippa, but it certainly became philosophically cemented in the three books. Also, if you want to learn more about the mysterious Sefer Yetzirah, you can check out my episode on it in the card above. However, it should be pointed out that Agrippa doesn't grant magical power exclusively to Hebrew. In that the other languages are, in some sense, according to him, descended from Hebrew via the whole Tower of Babel pit, especially the more ancient ones still retain some of this magical power. This may also explain the predilection for some magical practitioners to prefer to use incantations, for instance, in Latin, all those movies, especially if their Hebrew is a bit rusty. Latin, being more ancient than, say, English, is closer, in his theory at least, to Hebrew, and thus shares a bit more of its primordial magical power. In order to facilitate such magical practices, the Agrippa actually provides us a little handy chart of the Hebrew, Latin, and Greek alphabets along with their zodiac and charismatic correspondences. Though, while most of the Greek pair up basically well, this is not echoed in the Hebrew alphabet. The order is completely puzzling to me. In fact, this entire chart doesn't really make much sense and frankly seems rather garbled or scrambled. Perhaps the printer didn't really put it together properly. I can't imagine this is a mistake that Agrippa made. In addition to the Hebrew alphabet, Agrippa also provides several other magical alphabets in book 3 of the 3 books, 3 of which are actually based on Hebrew and are found in texts of Jewish astrological magic, but in some sense actually stretch all the way back to ancient magical papyri. If you're interested in the history of those symbols, check out my episode on that topic in the card above. Though just how these magical alphabets mesh up with his earlier remarks about the natural magical power of Hebrew in book 1 isn't really clear. In fact, it is even kind of thrown in for good measure, but it has proven incredibly popular with practitioners in the centuries that followed the publication of Agrippa's 3 books. Agrippa ends his first of the 3 books of occult philosophy discussing the effective power of the Hebrew language before turning to book 2, where he will develop his theory of occult mathematics, a topic for a future episode, I'm sure. Agrippa's philosophy of magic and language are a fascinating synthesis of millennia of magical theory and practice, incorporating elements from a wide range of practices, from pagan ancient philosophy to Jewish Kabbalah to Agrippa's on intense Christian Hermeticism. I'm sure I'll be exploring the philosophies of the occult further in the future. What emerges in this book is a fascinating philosophical analysis of metaphysics, magic, language, mathematics, and much more, cementing Agrippa's genius at both synthesis and innovation. If you want some more book recommendations on Agrippa more generally, check out my episode on his 3 books of occult philosophy in the description below. I also have to admit that I haven't had the chance to look at the new Eric Purdue translation of the 3 books, but I'm really looking forward to getting it, and I've heard good things. Again, make sure to subscribe, check out my other content, and consider supporting my work of making scholarly and free content on topics of esotericism by taking a look at my Patreon or perhaps considering a one-time donation. Those links are below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection. And hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, first and foremost, I just really want to thank everyone for taking the time to join me on this journey through Jewish mysticism. This is some of the weirdest stuff. I mean, it's sort of like ancient science fiction. And so I really appreciate folks taking the time to join me as we begin to explore some of this vast and I think really, really amazing and beautiful and very controversial literature. So that said, again, also just really stoked that some of the really awesome people, I mean, it's like scholars like Ashley Bohr. It's really, thank you so much. Ashley is an amazing scholar of Marxism who I really admire a lot. So having folks in the room that are so smart and just willing to take the time to listen to me, I guess, I'm just really humbled by that. So thank you all for coming along with me on this journey entering the garden. As I mentioned in the email, the term garden here is from pardes, right, which is this big word in Jewish mysticism that often mystics are described as going down into a garden. In Jewish mysticism, we don't typically go up, which is a little unusual, right? We typically think of mysticism as going up towards God or whatever that is up there. But typically in Jewish mysticism, we go down, we descend into things. And so the sort of lobby of the world of the mystical is this pardes, this garden. And what's really amazing is that we all get to enter this garden together. And I will say that in traditional Jewish lore, especially found in the Talmud and through the Middle Ages, this is considered to be a relatively dangerous journey. In the very famous story, as you may know, in the Babylonian Talmud, in Tractate Chagiga, 4 people went down into the garden, and only one came out alive, basically, right? So one became a heretic, one became insane, one died, and only one, Rabbi Akiva, emerged. And so we'll talk about that really famous story here in just a couple of weeks. So Jewish mysticism is, on the one hand, I think, an incredibly intriguing domain of study, but it also has always had an undercurrent of danger. And we'll see some of that undercurrent of danger as we get into it as well. So, what kind of class is this going to be? How are we going to approach this material? Well, I wear my methodology on my sleeve. I am a historical materialist. So when I approach this material, I try to approach it from a historically minded, material understanding of history. And what that means is that I try to locate historical ideas and persons and other kinds of concepts in the environment in which they emerge. And I don't try to do sort of general mystical ideas about what this stuff might mean. You have to do that on your own time because I don't have the mental capacity to tell you what half this stuff means. I can tell you what got written down, by whom and why, and maybe something about the world in which it got produced. But what it might mean for your spirituality, for instance, is something that might just be, frankly, completely beyond me. But what we'll be looking at through the course of this class is a kind of guided tour of the major concepts, the major texts, the major history and personalities that go into Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. One of the things I really hope that you get out of this class as we work through it is, for me, Kabbalah has always been incredibly intimidating. The books of the Kabbalah are very intimidating. And part of what I hope to do is give you confidence and give you enough context that if you wanted to dive deeper into Kabbalistic books, you could do that. Right? So you could pick up a copy of the Zohar or the Sefer Yetzirah or other major historical Jewish mystical texts, and that you could feel confident that you could dive into them. Now, sink or swim, that's probably up to you, but you can at least feel the confidence to make the dive. So what I'm not going to do, and what my aim isn't in this class, is I can't make you a Kabbalist, right? I'm not a Kabbalist. I don't identify as a Kabbalist, and so I can't make you a Kabbalist. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. I think it works like that. Like it takes a rabbi to make a rabbi. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. And I ain't no rabbi, and I ain't no Kabbalist. So I don't have the ability to make you a Kabbalist. Now, that's not to say that some of these ideas might very well prove to be incredibly positive in your spiritual life and your spiritual development. And if that's the case, that's fantastic. But I don't want anyone to have the idea that what I'm going to be teaching is how to do Jewish mysticism, because I don't know how to do Jewish mysticism, or if I did, I would be doing that in a different class maybe. So we're going to be studying it again from a historical, academic perspective, as opposed from studying it as trying to be mystics. So we're not going to be doing much in the way of meditating on Hebrew letters to measure the body of God, which was a thing in Jewish mysticism. We'll talk about it. Yeah, they measured the body of God. God has really long fingers, which are really creepy. So we'll get to that, this kind of mysticism later. So what do I mean by mysticism? This is a word that is really difficult to pin down. It's one of these words like religion or magic, where scholars and academics have no real consensus about what this word means. So I'm just going to throw out a really stipulative definition of what I'm going to mean by mystical in this class. And you're certainly going to hear the fact that I come from a philosophical background. And so coming from a philosophical background, I think about mysticism largely in a philosophic lens. And what I mean by mystical is a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality, right? So, and in addition to that, right, it's also the traditions that accrue, right, because of those kinds of experiences. Now, and by the way, the word tradition, right, I'm kind of punning on it in Hebrew, right? The word Kabbalah actually means received, and it has a sense of tradition, right? So I'm kind of punning a little bit on what this word mysticism. When I say non-rational, what I want you to hear is not irrational, right? It's not like mystics can just say whatever they want. They can't do that. They're inside of traditions, they're inside of cultural contexts, they're inside of religious settings. And so what they say, as daring as it might be, is always situated and only makes sense within a specific context. So it's not just irrational. They're not just saying random crazy things. Right? Sometimes mystics are thought of being somehow crazy or something like that, and that's not the case. In fact, many mystics in many traditions are incredibly systematic in how they go about doing their mysticism. Think of Hildegard of Bingen, the great German Christian mystic. But when I say non-rational, what I do mean here is that they're not going to be giving us arguments. The mystic's not going to tell you A and B then C, therefore you should deduce D. And they're not going to be saying something like, I did an experiment, and from my experiment, my induction is a 75% certainty that blah, 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 blah. They're not doing any of that. They're having visions, they're having experiences, and they're reporting back on the content of those experiences or the way that those experiences have transformed them personally. So when I say non-rational, I want you to hear neither irrational nor rational. Non-rational, something in between, something in between. I should also say just a little bit out of the gate about the distinction here to be made between Jewish mysticism more generally and Kabbalah more specifically. We now, in the sort of sloppy vernacular that we use the term Kabbalah to describe all of Jewish mysticism. It's a bit of a mistake. The Kabbalah, right, is a very specific kind of Jewish mysticism that began to emerge in the 13th century. Now, 13th century of the Common Era, mostly in southern France and Spain. So we're going to get to the Kabbalah, and obviously we're going to spend a lot of time on Kabbalah, but we got to get there. And the Kabbalah wasn't cut out of whole cloth. It didn't just emerge out of nothing. And so many of the complex ideas that you may have heard of in Kabbalah, like Tikkun Olam, which is a Kabbalistic idea, the reparation of the world, or the idea of Tzimtzum, contraction into which God sort of shrinks God's self to project the universe or the cosmos, those ideas don't come out of whole cloth, and we're going to have to do a little bit of work to get there, but get there we will. So think about Kabbalah as a specific type of Jewish mysticism, and there are other Jewish mysticisms that also existed prior to the Kabbalah, right? So there are other forms of Jewish mysticism that existed prior, although many of those prior forms of mysticism were absorbed into Kabbalah. So this is part of the reason why it gets a bit confusing. So suffice to say, Israelite or Jewish mysticism extends probably back before history. What I mean by history, of course, here is just the history of writing, when the ancient Israelites began to write things down. And as we'll see in a moment, some of the earliest texts that have been recovered in Israelite literature are, interestingly enough, both composed by women and also both composed by mystic women. So we'll get to those in just a minute. But I think this is a weird thing that, for whatever reason, doesn't get enough press. that some of the earliest Israelite literature is by women mystics. So why that doesn't get enough press is misogyny, but right, it's true. If you're curious what you're seeing on the screen here on the left-hand side, this is an image of an amulet recovered from a burial site in Jerusalem called Ketef Hinnom. And what you're looking at is the earliest recovered archaeological section of the Hebrew Bible. So if you've ever wondered what the earliest text of the Hebrew Bible looks like, it's this. These are tiny little silver amulets that were recovered from a tomb. And for the folks here that read a little bit of Hebrew, you probably can see that this is a version of the priestly benediction. So the earliest fraction, the earliest text we have of the Torah is actually an amulet, a magical device put into a tomb, very likely to protect the dead, perhaps from malevolent supernatural forces. So in many ways, we might even say that the first appearance of the Torah in history is a supernatural, mystical appearance. It's an amulet. It's an amulet there to protect the dead, probably. If you've ever been to the Israel Museum, you may have seen this. And it's actually on both sides, and it's tiny. The little amulet's probably about that big, and the Hebrew letters here, as you can see, are not modern Hebrew letters. They are very old Paleo Hebrew letters. The earliest case in which we can talk about an Israelite form of mysticism has to do with two different concepts. One concept is theophany, which means God appearing. We'll talk about it more in just a moment. And the other, of course, I'm sure many folks know, is prophecy, which is a case in which God, the Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people, and those people that Yahweh speaks to, in turn, speak on the behalf of Yahweh. And in fact, that's where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for in ancient Greek. So core to ancient Israelite religion, like many ancient religions, was the idea that their God, their tribal God, Yahweh, spoke to people, he communicated to people. Now, typically when gods speak to people, that is non-rational, right? That's not rational. It's not rational, right? It's not like you can make a logical, deductive argument that God's speaking to you. And yet, prophets are often taken seriously and sometimes killed in history. But it's very clear from ancient Israelite society and the larger ancient Near East society that prophecy was a widely attested and important social vocation. So Yahweh talked to people, and those people said what Yahweh told them. And this is really important in two distinct ways. One way that's really important is that Yahweh does something very interesting with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other ancient Near East cultures. And that is, Yahweh establishes a vassal contract with the Israelite nation. A vassal contract is just what it sounds like. A vassal contract is where a lesser power agrees to be ruled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. This is, if you want to think about this in terms of like, the mafia, it's like paying protection money, right? The local mob boss comes down and says, you can get hurt out here. You might want to pay us a little money. We'll protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, it's dangerous out there, you Israelites. Maybe you should worship me alone, and I'll protect you, right? And so, in many ways, the Torah is actually structured a lot like a vassal contract. In fact, if you read ancient Near East vassal contracts written in the Akkadian language, it's very clear that the writer of the Torah, in certain sections of the Torah, are emulating that contract language. They're diplomats. Diplomats had to be literate, and one of the things diplomats would have known, Israel was almost always a vassal state for the Egyptians or the Babylonians or the Syrians. Vassal contracts would have been part of their life, and making a vassal contract with their God would have made a lot of sense. This is also revolutionary because you're making a vassal contract with a God and not another country, which means that you're subservient fundamentally to some other being and not the king of Babylon or whatever. Now, this doesn't go well for the ancient Israelites, but it does establish what we call the Deuteronomic theology. And this is just a complicated way of saying, if you have a contract, contracts are always involved you getting things out of the deal. Well,
The Israelites vow that they would serve only one God, Yahweh, and Yahweh vows that if they do that, they will get the land. Right? They will have the land, and a land flowing with milk and honey and all the rest. Right? And the idea is they keep their side of the deal, the Israelites, then Yahweh will keep their side of the deal and protect them. Now, if you know anything about Jewish history, that relationship was rocky. Let's call it rocky. This didn't happen for lots of reasons. There are lots of things that broke down in that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business between Yahweh and the Israelites, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelite community where Yahweh spoke to individual people. Those people typically called Nabi, right, prophets, Nabiim. These prophets would receive the message from Yahweh and then go communicate it to the broader Israelite community. It was almost always negative. The prophet, you never invite a prophet to a party. It will ruin any party you invite them to because they'll mostly spend all their time condemning everything you have your whole life. So prophets are the joy kill of all times. So prophets, as we know from ancient Israelite and other ancient Near East literature, are widely attested. Prophet was a job, right? You could be an independent freelance prophet. You could be an institutional prophet. We'll talk more about prophecy in a minute. What you're seeing on the screen here on the right-hand side is actually a divinatory device. I don't know if you can recognize what organ that is, but that is a liver. That is a liver. And what you see here is the liver is divided into certain sections, and there is cuneiform script on that liver. This is from the old Babylonian period. And what you would do, if you wanted to figure out the will of the gods, is that you kill an animal, typically a sheep, and you would take out their liver, obviously, and you would inspect it. And what this is a Babylonian liver inspection guide. And so if there are blemishes or deformities or other kinds of markings on the liver, livers are typically very smooth organs. If you've ever seen a liver, they're typically very smooth, but they sometimes have all kinds of markings and things on them. And what happens is that you would locate the markings, and you can see here there's a guide in Old Akkadian, and it would tell you what the markings meant. So this might mean that bad things are going to happen, the king's going to die, whatever. And so there have been, by the way, hundreds of these recovered from ancient Mesopotamia, and divination was widely attested. I should also just note here, that we separate divination and prophecy when it comes to talking about the ancient world, because the vast majority of prophets, contrary to what idea might come to your mind about what a prophet is, very few prophets predicted the future. That was a different job. Those were diviners. Diviners predicted the future. Prophets communicated via the God. The God would tell the prophet stuff, and then they would tell other people. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets did predict the future. In fact, in the Hebrew Bible, there's only a couple of occasions where prophets attempt to predict the future, and they're almost always wrong. One time Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he's wrong, and he has to go back later and be like, well, I meant that metaphorically or something. And so very few prophets attempt to predict the future. In the ancient world, that is a different job. We now think of prophets predicting the future, but that's a modern idea, much more than an ancient Israelite idea or ancient Near Eastern idea. So let's talk about theophany first, right? So theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people, right? This was an idea in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient Israelite religion. God is appearing to you currently on the screen. I don't know how many people have ever seen an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelite God, Yahweh. We think that is Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahu there in Hebrew, which was an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this coin was minted as part of the satrap of Yehud during the Persian period. And also we have a throned, winged throne chariot that this is sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh and the book of Ezekiel. you're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're fairly confident that is how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. I don't know, how many people have seen this image before? Show of hands or things like this. Some folks have seen it. I think it's very interesting that most folks, when they see an image like this, they think of the idea that Yahweh is not allowed to be depicted. But clearly here on the coinage is Yahweh. I also like that Yahweh has a six-pack. I really appreciate that. Yahweh does not skip out day. So God appearing, right? God appearing is a relatively common motif in ancient religions. In fact, many ancient religious rituals were meant to compel the god to appear. This would be in temples and other kinds of locales, and you would do rituals to make the god appear to you. And so, what's interesting about the Israelite theophany, God appearing, is that sometimes the Israelite writers like to depict their image of Yahweh as a kind of divine monarch, sort of like a king sitting on a throne. Very common image. And if you had the chance to read the section in Isaiah, the theophany of Isaiah, that's exactly what you get, is a kind of divine leader sitting on a throne. However, what's also important is that the ancient Israelites had developed at some point an allergy to depicting their God. They thought of their God as incorporeal and as invisible. And in other texts, most famously the text of the theophany to Moses, Yahweh actually tells Moses that if you see me face to face, you'll die. You cannot see me face to face. Although later in the book of Deuteronomy it does say you saw me face to face. Whatever, the Bible has all kinds of editorial problems. And we do see images where God appears to the Israelites, but always occluded somehow. One of the main depictions in the book of Exodus is God is hidden in the Arafel, which means something like the gloom or the darkness. And there's all kinds of light and lightning all around where the God is, but the God itself is actually hidden somehow in the darkness. So God appears, but God is also hidden at the same time. So the Israelites are always trying to navigate. On the one hand, they want to claim our God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us a law. And this is our contract. We have a contract with God, and that's what makes us special, a chosen people. And on the other hand, they're like, yeah, and our God's invisible. You can't see our God. Our God doesn't have a body. Doesn't live in a place. God's a God of everything. And so God often also appears quasi-invisible as well. The main accounts that we have of theophanies in the Hebrew Bible are the main three, right, or four actually. We have the theophany to Abraham, or Abram at that time, right? His name hadn't been changed yet. Where God appears to Abram and says, hey, you need to follow me and do what I said, right? Move out of Ur of Canaan, and move to Canaan and set up shop there. We don't learn a lot about God in that instance. The other three theophanies that are important are the Moses theophany, that is to say, the one in which God appears to Moses, both in the burning bush. So notice again, God is there and not there at the same time. The voice comes out of the bush, but it's not like there's a person there that Moses sees. Again, there's a relationship to God that they want to keep separate, unlike perhaps other nearby religions. Although I will say that the two most important theophanies that we have in Israelite literature are the ones to the prophet Isaiah and the one to the prophet Ezekiel. And I don't know if you had the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're very strange, especially the Ezekiel one. It's notoriously weird. But the one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, they are terrifying. You do not want Yahweh showing up for you, right? This being is not your friend. This being is not your buddy. It's not your dream partner. This being is a terrifying being that when they do show up, the people that seem to see this being, I would say quaking in their boots. The text says they are quaking, like literally, they are shaking in terror. And this is one of the things that we see in Israelite literature, beginning in the Hebrew Bible, but extending into other mystical literature,
is that the experience of the divine is terrifying. We have the word awesome, right? But notice how we say all full of all, the word gets negative. All full is bad, all some is good. Some all is okay. Like a rainbow, a lot of all is bad. It's all full. And when God appears to you, when Yahweh appears to the Israelite prophets, it is a terrifying experience. We even have the records of their bodies physically shaking, sweating. They lose the ability to speak, things like that. What we think is that the instances of Ezekiel and Isaiah may have been part of what we might call an Israelite shamanism. Now, I don't like to use the word shamanism in a willy-nilly way, because I think that shamanism, as you may know, was a religious practitioner, an ecstatic expert, primarily found in Siberia. And this idea that shamanism has been taken out of this context and applied more generally, I'm a bit skeptical of that process. I don't like using terms like that in a kind of a brotherly way. But what we see is that the ecstatic expert, or the shaman, is able to withstand a visitation from Yahweh. And from that visitation, they're able to extract certain kinds of information about what needs to be done. And so, in much in the same way that traditional shamans will often travel to the spirit world in order to cure people, it seems like something analogous is happening with some forms of Israelite prophecy, where the shamans are being visited by Yahweh, and Yahweh is basically telling them how to fix their country. Right? Most of what goes on in prophecy is criticism of society in a general way, and the idea is by criticizing society along religious and social terms, then the Israelites can restore their relationship with Yahweh, and therefore Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow for the prosperity of the land. So the prophets don't cure individual people. You can think about them much more like shamans, but they're shamans for the entire community. So again, this is where using some of these terms can be a little bit misleading and a little bit unclear, but I think that the term does track, at least in a general way. We think that the experiences of the prophets Isaiah and the prophets Ezekiel, the literary records that we have in the Hebrew Bible, probably actually represents an experience. Which is just to say that the persons of Ezekiel and Isaiah probably did experience some kind of mystical event. And they record that event, and it is that recording of it is found in the Hebrew Bible. Now, Ezekiel is especially interesting in this regard because if you've read other texts of Ezekiel, you'll know that he is really unusual as a person. He seems to do really extreme things like lie in the street naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of underlying mental health condition, right? We don't know. I mean, again, it's not for me to pathologize Ezekiel or to diagnose him because I have neither the ability to neither. But from the record, it seems like Ezekiel may have had some other kinds of mental health concerns, we would say now, which is also interesting because it shows that what is insanity in one culture is prophecy in another, right? That a shaman functioning in one culture, right, is completely normal. But you take them out of that and put them into capitalism where they can't work, and now they're insane, they're crazy. And so it's just interesting to see how what counts as insanity can really change from culture to culture. Ezekiel is clearly a respected member of society, whereas I think now he might be institutionalized. So again, it's just interesting to notice how these things can shift enormously through time. It's also worth noting here that Ezekiel and Isaiah, the theophanies of Ezekiel and Isaiah, which the Isaiah one is also very terrifying, right? God appears to Isaiah, and basically Isaiah says, "I'm going to die." And he says, "I'm finished. Like, I'm going to die." And he doesn't die, and then he's basically anointed by God to tell the message of Yahweh. What's really important about both of these visions is that they will become the foundations for an entire school of Jewish mysticism called Merkava literature, or chariot literature. This form of Jewish mysticism, which we'll get to not next time, but the time after that, this was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think about the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, Merkaba mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the 800 years prior to that. So this chariot mysticism, and again, when I say chariot mysticism, you should always keep in mind, right? This is how Yahweh is depicted, as literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form of mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, Merkaba mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the rabbinical elite would descend into the palaces of Yahweh, and they would meet with various angels, and they would show angels these various passwords, and eventually they would be able to climb through the various heavens. And again, even I did it up, right? They're not going up, they're going down. In the mystical Yord day, they go down to the chariot. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're allowed to see the body of God, which I know that Jews are not supposed to believe that God has a body. They did. They were allowed to measure the body of God. We'll look at that literature. And in some cases, they were even allowed to sit on the throne of God and be transformed into angels. So if you ever want to be transformed into an angel, all you have to do is bypass a bunch of scary angels and sit on the throne of God. No big whoop. No big whoop. So that's a very cool form of mysticism, and we will get to it in a couple of weeks. So again, Merkaba mysticism, not Kabbalah, different kind of Jewish mysticism, but anchored in the theophany of Ezekiel and Isaiah. So as I mentioned earlier, ancient Near East prophecy is very well attested. The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is the outlier. For whatever reason, there's not much in the way of Egyptian prophetic literature. Now, there's a lot of debate about why that is. We do have a quasi-prophetic document called the Prophecy of Nefertiti that does exist from the ancient Egyptian world, but it seems like the ancient Egyptians, for a host of reasons, and I'm happy to talk more about that later if folks are interested, for whatever reason, institutional prophecy just didn't exist. It probably had to do with the fact that Egyptian religion was very highly centralized in the temple structure, and therefore the gods just didn't interact with human beings in the same way that they did in the wider Near East. But the ancient Egyptians just don't have much in the way of prophecy. We have a lot of ancient Egyptian religious literature, just not prophetic literature. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, the best adaptation of prophecy in the ancient Near East world more generally is from the Neo-Assyrian period. Now, this may be a little deceptive because it just so happens that the Assyrian Empire was destroyed and they managed to burn down the main temple, the main library of Ashurbanipal. And when they burned that library down, the entire library was preserved. We have basically an entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library. It's like the Library of Ancient Alexandria, but over in Iraq. It has tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets that are in great shape because unlike burning libraries down now, right, because the books tend to burn, that's bad. If you burn down an ancient cuneiform library, right, those texts are all preserved on clay tablets. And burning clay tablets makes them more likely to survive. So, thank God they burned it down, right? Because had they not burned it down, it probably wouldn't have survived. So, we have the entire library of Ashurbanipal. It's in the British Library because they're great at stealing things. And so what we have is an enormous amount of literature from this time period, including prophetic literature. In the ancient Assyrian context, what they would do is that individual prophetic utterances would be requested by leaders, typically the king. Those utterances would be written down, and then a digest of those ecstatic utterances would be collected together on large clay tablets, and then those clay tablets would be stored in the library of Ashurbanipal. So we have individual utterances stored together on bigger tablets and then archived. The exact same thing happened in the ancient Israelite context too. Many of the documents that we have, for instance, the book of Isaiah, is not written by one person. Isaiah is at least written by 3 people, right? At 3 different times with 3 different agendas. All of the various Isaiah texts got edited together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophecy became the book that we now know of as Isaiah. So the exact same literary and material culture in ancient Syria is also attested in ancient Israel, which we shouldn't be surprised about because ancient Israel isn't special. Now, I know that some of us were raised with this Joseph people stuff, but the ancient Israelites were ancient Near Eastern people. And they did what other ancient Near Eastern people did. Sorry, not sorry. So we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian prophecy. We'll get to Israelite prophecy in just a minute. We know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both Israelite and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. We don't know what the dancing looked like. Maybe it was the Dougie. I don't know. But whatever the dancing was, it seemed to get them into it got them into an ecstatic state, and in those ecstatic states, they would shout what the god had to tell them, and a scribe would write those ecstatic utterances down. They also engaged in self-laceration. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices, most famously, for instance, among the Maya people. The Maya would they would pierce their tongue or their genitals, and they would pull string with barbs on it through their tongue and genitals in order to make themselves in a great deal of pain. That blood would be gathered into a pot, and then the paper with the blood soaked would be burned, and the burning smoke, Maya kings would see visions. Self-harm is a very common thing that happens in many prophetic cultures. The self-harm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamian culture, and it seems like they engaged in something like flagellation, probably, so whipping themselves in order to use perhaps the endorphins or the serotonin release to get them into ecstatic states. Although there's some medical debate about whether blood loss would have been helpful in getting into an ecstatic state. I don't intend to find out. So at any rate, self-harm was also part of this. Also notice that in the ancient Israelite law, there are several prohibitions on self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, specifically things like tattooing and harming yourself on the occasion of the dead. So it seems like the Israelites knew about these practices and forbid them. So if you've ever heard things about you're not allowed to get tattoos if you're Jewish or whatever, it actually comes from those kinds of laws. Although also there's a persistent myth that if you have tattoos, you can't be buried in a Jewish graveyard. That's nonsense. I don't know where these weird things get started, but that's the thing people say, and they're wrong. We also know, interestingly enough, that ancient Near Eastern prophets could be both women and men. We have attestations of both women and men prophets. And we also, what's I think really important that doesn't get talked about enough, is that we have a third gender that is specifically connected to ancient Near Eastern prophecy. Specifically the goddess Ishtar, who you may know from the name Esther. The name Esther is just the version of the name Ishtar. We know that the goddess Ishtar could convert your gender from typically male gender, man gender, to another third gender called Asinu. And these Asinu prophets would have their gender converted by Ishtar, and they can be converted and converted back on the command of the goddess. And while you were converted to this Asinu gender, this third gender, you would be serving the goddess Ishtar probably in a ritual sex working job in the temple precincts. And so we don't know a lot about this exactly because the literature is pretty scant. But I think what's interesting, again, from a material history and gender studies study of this, is that the only attestation we have of a certain third gender with its own kind of grammar. The grammar here actually means womb person, but womb person is in the masculine gender in Akkadian. So clearly, womb is associated with female people, whereas the word here is Asinu. They're clearly making it a gender-bending category. and you can have your gender typically men. I don't know if there's any cases of women being assigned to the Asinu, but men prophets can be shifted to the Asinu gender. So if you're curious about that, FYI, there's a great study of that by the SBL called Prophets Male and Female. I can put it in the chat later. That is the most extensive study of this the role of gender and the Asinu gender in ancient Near East prophecy. We only know of one Canaanite, non-Israelite prophet, and that is Balaam, son of Beor, who you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster, the wall is plastered, and he's mentioned on the plaster of the wall, and he's mentioned in a non-Israelite language, I think it's Moabite. And so he must have existed and been quite famous. In fact, he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough that the Bible had to include him, and he was so famous that he was also attested outside of the Bible as well. However, no non-Israelite Canaanite prophetic texts survive. If they existed, which they very well did, they very well likely did, they didn't survive. The reason for that might be that they were written down on papyrus and simply didn't get copied because of the eventual supremacy of the Israelites in Yahwism. It could just be that they haven't been discovered yet. But we do not have records of prophets, non-Israelite prophets, leaving behind a literary record. Unlike, I should mention this text that is on the screen here. This is probably one of the most important ancient Near Eastern religious texts. This is called the Descent of Ishtar. This is a tale where Ishtar descends into the underworld. If you've never read it before, I highly encourage you to take a look at it. It is a description of Ishtar going into the underworld and ultimately becoming trapped there and having to escape. And it's a really fascinating text about Ishtar's journey to the underworld. Many religions have journey to the underworld motifs. Christianity, for instance, has a pretty famous journey to the underworld. Orpheus and the Greek legends. So this journey to the underworld business is a pretty typical religious literature. And the journey to Ishtar is especially really wonderful to read, especially if you want to read again prophetic literature and religious literature from the ancient world in which women are the central focus, unlike in Israelite mythology where it's all dudes all the time, for worse. What we have in Israelite prophecy is a very complicated state of affairs. Very complicated state of affairs. Prophecy was a core component of ancient Israelite society. We know of hundreds of prophets from the ancient Israelite world. And when you put that into a sort of material cultural analysis, what that means is that Yahweh was perceived as basically being in constant contact with people. That is to say, you could kind of go down the street and there'd be a prophet in your village, very likely. And if you needed to get in contact with Yahweh, you could probably get into contact with Yahweh, like Yahweh at Yahweh.com or gov. And so prophecy was widely attested. So first thing that we know is that prophets occurred in both genders. We have both women and men prophets. And in fact, the oldest literature attested in the Hebrew Bible are both prophetic pieces of literature from women, specifically attributed to Devorah and Miriam. As you may know, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Devorah, which is found in the book of Judges, are probably the oldest pieces of the Hebrew Bible. They are so old that there's no definite article yet in Hebrew, right? They are very old, probably dating back to the Bronze Age. And what we think is that at this period, both of these prophetic pieces of literature, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Devorah, are what we call warband prophecy. Warband prophecy was a very common form of prophecy all throughout the world, in which a prophet had contact with their God, and they would give advice specifically about military matters. And usually what would happen is you would consult the prophet about military matters, and then after you won, assuming you did, the prophet prophet would sing your praises as having won on behalf of the gods. And that's exactly what we have in the Song of Devorah and the Song of Miriam. The Song of Devorah probably is a very early, probably Bronze Age or very early Iron Age account of a tribal conflict in which one group of people killed the other, right? This is also the story of Yael driving a tent spike through a dude's head, which is metal. And so, yeah, tent spikes these skulls, that's the thing. And if you read the Devorah account, especially in Hebrew, it is very archaic. And of course, the Miriam story also probably is a memory of some kind of skirmish that occurred in ancient Egypt, where the Israelites were able to escape or at least defeat the Egyptians in that case. So I think what's interesting about this is that the earliest pieces of literature we have from the ancient Israelites that survive are mystical literature. They're accounts of the gods speaking, and they're accounts of the gods speaking to women. In both cases, this may indicate, and again, we only have two pieces of evidence here. This may indicate that women served a unique role in very, very archaic Israelite prophecy. It may have been the case that because they were accepted from battle, that they were allowed to talk to God about the battle, or it may be the case that they had, for whatever reason, thought of as some extra kind of connection to Yahweh. We just don't know. We have no idea. It just is conspicuous that these earliest pieces of literature are both attested to women. We also have independent prophets. I like to call them freelance prophets. Those are people that basically go around condemning people for everything. Those prophets that you probably know are famous people like Amos, who was very famous for condemning the social practices of the ancient Israelites, specifically their excesses, being very wealthy. Amos is probably the most social justice-y, warrior-y guy of the Hebrew Bible. He really dislikes the fact that the Israelites are so wealthy and they use their wealth to oppress poor people. If you've ever read that great section on Yom Kippur, right, where it says, "This is the fast I want. I don't want you fasting from food and water. I want you fasting from all kinds of social injustice," that's Amos, right? And so those pieces that are really big in our tradition, I think, as more progressive people, come from the prophet Amos. So he was an independent social critic. We also know that the Israelite state employed hundreds of prophets. Hundreds. We have at least two different cases where ancient Israelite kings would have hundreds of prophets in their employ, and those hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states. They would often act out their prophecy. So, for instance, if you thought that the king would be gored by an enemy, it's not uncommon that the prophets would actually have gore, like the horns made of iron, and they would dance around with the horns of iron in a very theatrical way, it seems, and that these theatrical shows where prophecy, ecstatic states, and theater really meshed together in ancient Israelite society. So we do know that the Israelite state, like the ancient Neo-Assyrian state, employed a huge number of prophets. It also seems like, by the way, FYI, that unlike other ancient Near Eastern peoples, the Israelites did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrians, ancient Babylonians had developed a very, very sophisticated form of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected it for reasons that aren't clear. And they rejected it not because they knew better. It wasn't like the ancient Israelites somehow knew that astrology was wrong. It's probably just that they were jealous and they didn't have as sophisticated math. But the ancient Israelites do not like the idea of astrology. Rather, they like a direct contact with their God. All things told, none of them were terribly reliable when it came to predicting the future. They all got destroyed by somebody, and none of them saw it coming. We also know that there were roaming prophetic bands. These are sort of prophets that sort of roamed around the countryside. We know they had leaders. Samuel was a leader of such a band of roaming prophets. And we also know that they would roam around and they would play music and they would dance. Again, this is more dancing and music were attested in ancient Israel. One of my things I really miss is that we have no idea what any of this music would have sounded like. My idea is that it was always like some great metal or something. But we have no idea what their music sounded like. We have some vague ideas what the instruments were.
And we do know that, for instance, the king Saul, the first Israelite king, came in contact with one of these roaming bands of ancient Israelite prophets, and he also immediately fell into an ecstatic state. So it seems like going into ecstatic states was a thing that was, I don't want to say normal, but normalized. It was a thing that could be expected of to happen. So these bands would come through your town, and you might go into an ecstatic state and commune with Yahweh. We do know of several women who were engaged in prophecy, and they had, in some cases, very high rankings in society. One thinks of the prophetess Huldah. Huldah is primarily known from the book of Kings, where the King Josiah, the Judahite King Josiah, finds a Torah scroll in a wall, has it written down to justify his political agenda, and which is the Torah we still have, by the way. Like, it basically is a piece of political propaganda from the 6th century BC, which no one talks about that. That's the thing. But Huldah is actually a woman prophet who is an immigrant, a refugee from the north. She's living in a suburb of Jerusalem, and she's consulted to basically vet whether or not this scroll found in the wall is true. And of course, she does the very wise thing and says that it is. Yeah, I'm sure her neck was on the line. So we do know that women had a relatively high-ranking position of power as prophets. They were not allowed to be priests, but they were allowed to be prophets, and they could do things as high level as basically vet scripture. And again, I want to restate that just so folks hear it. This is a woman vetting the legitimacy of the Bible. That is enormously important in the history of Judaism and in the history of religion, I think, more generally, considering how completely excluded women are on almost every level in this historical thing. The ancient Israelites vetted scripture, vetted the Torah almost as we know it, at least the book of Deuteronomy, by a woman. Right? The woman Huldah. We know virtually nothing about her, but clearly she was considered to be in contact with Yahweh, and at least for perhaps political reasons, vetted some sections of the Bible as we know them. We also know that there were professional prophets, that is to say, prophets whose job it was to be a prophet, got paid. I don't know, got 9 to 5 job, and you were a prophet. I hope they had a prophecy union. I don't know if they did, but local prophet one, number 95. But they had professional prophets that existed. We also know of non-professional prophets. Sometimes they're called Ish Elohim, men of God. And these were often associated also with miracle working and what may be better described as magic. These would be folks like Elijah and Elisha, who the only accounts of people being resurrected from the dead in the entire Hebrew Bible are both associated with Elijah and Elisha. And so, on the one hand, they represented God, mostly in divine duels. As you may know, many Israelites and other Canaanite people worshipped a god called Baal, who was very popular as a storm god, because, as you may know, storms are very rare in ancient Israel, and you relied on winter rains, basically, to make sure that you had agricultural crops. And so, storms were a godsend, and Baal was very popular. Well, just like on the middle school playgrounds of your childhood, people fought each other to show how cool they were, and so did the gods. And so what we know most famously about Elijah was Elijah challenged the prophets of Baal to a duel and subsequently murdered them all by cutting their heads off when they lost the duel. If that rings of Al-Qaeda or Daesh to you, yes, this is a brutal world. And whether the story happened or not, we don't know. But the fact that the Israelite writer that recorded it relished in it at least meant that they wanted it to have happened, whether it really happened or not. So we also have prophetic duels. You know, my God can beat up your God kind of situation where they would engage in these prophetic duels, which you've never read that story in the Book of Kings. It's really worth reading. Elijah was a weird dude. Again, he's on the fringe of society. It's not even clear he's even an Israelite. He's constantly called a Tishbite, right? And so as a Tishbite, he may have not even been born Israelite. He's a kind of fringe character that people have a very strange relationship with, and we continue to have a strange relationship with him because he didn't die, allegedly, and now we invite him into our homes randomly. So just remember, right, when you invite him into your home, that he did cut off the head, allegedly, of like 500 people one time.
So be careful who you invite into your home. This guy's murdered about 500 people. Elijah. We also know that prophets seem to have been both ecstatic and non-ecstatic, which is to say that some of them went into fugue states, we might call them, or ecstatic states to issue their prophecy, and others didn't. So we have a range of prophetic techniques. Unfortunately, what we don't have is any accounts in ancient Israel literature about how they did this. We know they danced and they played music. Nothing else. And yes, I know some of you are probably wondering if they do drugs. Probably not. At least if they did, it's not recorded, right? We don't have any attestation of Elijah, ate some mushrooms and then went to town, or smoked some weed, or what, or even drink alcohol. Many of the prophets are actually sworn off of alcohol as part of their prophetic vocation. So we don't have much evidence of substance use in the prophetic literature. However, archaeology is a hell of a drug. And what we recently found at a site called Tel Arad, which is one of the few Yahweh shrines to survive from the ancient world, we found on the top of one of the altars where you burned incense, cannabinoids. And so we know that room, right, would have been relatively small. If they were burning incense with cannabinoids in it, they were hotboxing. Maybe. We don't know, right? But we found it. We found evidence of cannabinoids at a Yahweh shrine, right? One of the only ones that survived. There are only two that survived. There's one at Tel Arad and there's one at Tel Dan. The Jerusalem one has been destroyed. And so the Shiloh one has never been found. But maybe they were getting contact highs, talking to Yahweh. I don't know. I would encourage you to do your experimentation on your own time, see if it works for you. So I do not know. But this, by the way, that find about the Tel Arad cannabinoid thing was just like a year ago. So people who think that they've come over everything over there, they found all kind of weird stuff. So actually, it's not that they found it; they just didn't think to test it. That shrine's been sitting in the Israel Museum for like 30 years. They just didn't test it for some reason. And so some guy scraped it and was like, "It's weed in here." So that's the thing. The image on the left-hand side here is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is from the Habakkuk Pesher. Pesher is a commentary. This is the first commentary we know of in Judaism. And if you know anything about the history of Judaism, commentaries are our jam. We are a commentary writing people. We love to write. We write things called hyper commentaries, folks. The hyper commentary is a commentary on a commentary on a commentary. That is, commentaries are our jam, and this is the first one. This is a commentary on the prophet Habakkuk. This is recovered from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and this is the first time where a prophet, the prophet Habakkuk, is actually being read as a esoteric text. The commentator believes that inside of the prophecy of Habakkuk are secret things that are going to happen in the future. And so if you've ever heard curious people say that they found secret things in the Bible that are describing the future, this is the first guy or person to do this. Is in the Habakkuk Pesher found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can find this document in any collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But again, what's important to note here, right, is that even the idea that you can mine a prophetic piece of literature to divine the future, an idea that we all know is culturally very common. Again, you just flip on the radio, and I'm sure you can find some preacher right now telling you that the end of the world is coming because they found something in the Bible, the book of Daniel, whatever. The first time we see it actually happen in Israelite literature is in this commentary on Habakkuk. So you could read the book of Habakkuk, it's relatively short, and then you can read the Habakkuk Pesher in the Dead Sea Scrolls and take a look at that one. This is also on display in the Shrine of the Book in Jerusalem. People always flock to see the Great Isaiah Scroll because they think that it's the biggest one, But just so you know, if you go to the Shrine of the Book, the Great Isaiah Scroll is a replica. It's not the real one. The real one's stored in a bunker somewhere. But the Habakkuk Pesher is the real one, and no one ever spends any time on it because they just think it's nonsense or they don't care. And I got to spend like an hour looking at it. It's a complete fanboy of the Habakkuk Pesher. So there we have it. As I mentioned, we know basically nothing about the material culture of the ancient prophets aside from the books that get written down. Clearly, the scribes that wrote these books down thought with all of them as incredibly important and copied them. We know nothing about their practices, their mystical practices, so we don't know anything about their meditation techniques, their breathing techniques, the drugs they may have used or not used. We know very little about how they achieved these mystical states. So, reconstructing what they did is very difficult. We also know very little about the phenomenology of this. And phenomenology is the $2 word that means the experience of this. What was it like to be a prophet in ancient Israel? What was it like to experience this ecstatic state? We know very little about it because ancient Israelites, like many ancient cultures, just didn't put as much emphasis on subjectivity that we do. We are a narcissistic people. We love ourselves. We love talking about ourselves. And you can find 1,000 books about people talking about it. We have memoirs and things, right? Ancient peoples did not care about subjectivity in the way that we do. And so when you, and again, think about this for reading the Hebrew Bible. How often do you learn about the emotional states of characters? Basically never. It's like, and he got angry. Or they were sad, and they move on. We know very little about the interiority of these characters because they didn't care about it as a literary motif, right? It's not like Russian romanticism or something. And we know very little about the phenomenology of these experiences, aside from they were apparently very scary. That's it, right? So we know that ancient Israelite prophecy, ancient Israelite mysticism was a social anchor. It was a political anchor. It was an economic anchor. We know that with that many people, 400 prophets employed by a court, this is a part of the economy, right? This was no marginal thing by any stretch of the imagination. But we know very little about it from a material culture point of view, unfortunately. What we do know is that the prophets went away. Israelite prophecy went away eventually. And the reason probably that it went away is that the countries that they served were destroyed. Ancient Israel was destroyed in 722 BCE, and ancient Judah was destroyed in 586. And if your country gets destroyed, well, you don't have a job anymore. If you're alive, right? If you're alive. And we know there were prophets operating in the exile. Ezekiel is one of them. Jeremiah flees into Egypt. So we do know that they escaped, but we know that the social institution of prophecy did not survive these destructions. So why? Well, it could be a lot of things. One of the reasons it could just be that they got killed, right? Just wipe them out. That's a thing that happened in the ancient world. Another reason why it could be the case is, well, they didn't see it coming. Your whole job is to communicate from Yahweh what's about to happen to us and how we can make this not happen. And they didn't, right? So, again, if your astrologer doesn't see the thing coming, well, get a different astrologer. So part of the problem of divination is if you don't see the big things coming, like your whole country being destroyed, well, that shakes confidence in your ability to communicate for your God. We also know that prophecies weren't terribly popular in some ways. I mean, no one likes social critics, right? Go ask the social critics. People hate social critics, right? People hate people being like, listen, you're rich and God hates you for it, and God's going to condemn you and God's going to kill people because of your wealth and your religious abandonment, right? No one like wealthy people, powerful people don't like to be told that being wealthy and powerful is evil, right? And they're also the people that kill people to prevent them from saying that. And so prophets often got themselves killed for saying these kinds of things. So it could just be that they were also always at some level, in many ways, a marginalized group. As the political situation in ancient Judah gets increasingly bad, what ends up happening is that prophecy ultimately shifts away from condemning the Israelites to basically saying, well, one day God's going to come and kill them, right? You're not doing the right thing, and God's going to get God's revenge on you. And this becomes a shift to what sometimes is referred to as the Yom Yahweh motif, or the Day of the Lord. When I say Lord, it always makes me feel like I'm a Southern Baptist preacher, but I gotta make that Lord really long. The Lord. Anyway, basically what it comes out to is the prophet's more or less saying, God's abandoned you, God's going to kill you all, I'm out. Right? And so there's a kind of prophetic frustration that seems to set in where the prophets are increasingly thinking about a more distant, removed future where God will sort things out because the present is just a nightmare. The Babylonians are destroying everything and things like that. And what ends up happening is that after the Judahites say it is destroyed in the 6th century BCE, the prophets basically are done for as an institution. The Judahite prophets vanish. And the prophetic literature as we have it in the Hebrew Bible is codified. Now, that doesn't mean that people stop being weird. People continue being weird. It's just that their weird is a new kind of weird. And that new kind of weird is apocalypticism. Right? That new kind of weird is apocalypticism. Now, I know that the word apocalyptic typically has to do with the end of the world. That's not what apocalypticism is going to mean in this case. But, right, what we will do is we'll return next week to talk about the rise of Jewish apocalypticism. Notice that we haven't talked about much. Angels, demons, the end of the world, the battle between good and evil, right, the Messiah. We haven't talked about any of that yet. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is the prophets didn't know about any of that stuff. Ancient Israelites didn't really concern themselves with those kinds of things. It's the apocalypse that do. And so when we get back next week, we'll talk about the rise of people who have visions of angels and demons, people who have visions of the afterlife. The Israelites really didn't believe in an afterlife. They believed in a place called Sheol, which is just sort of a cave-like grave that you went and stayed in forever. There's no demons living in there or anything like that. So what we're going to see is a massive innovation in Jewish religion in the aftermath of the end of prophecy, where rather than the prophets speaking to God, right, rather than Yahweh speaking to the prophets, what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a shift from an oral culture, God speaking to the prophets, and the prophets speaking for God. Rather than speaking, God is going to show things to people. Right? We're going to switch from a visual culture we're going to switch from an oral culture to a visual culture. And in fact, the word apocalypsis means to reveal. I mean, if you've ever read much in the way of apocalyptic literature, is showing rather than telling. Right? Showing rather than, and I saw, blah, 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 blah. So we're going to see a huge shift starting next time with the rise of the apocalyptic. And the apocalyptic is going to bring in the course of a new form of Judaism, and that new form of Judaism is going to be really, really, really weird, with a lot of weird beings and things like that. I will say this, just as we wrap up for tonight, prophetic Judaism did not completely go away. There continued to be prophets from time to time that did speak on behalf of Yahweh. You probably know of one of the more famous ones. His name is Jesus, Josh of Nazareth, as I like to call him. It's probably the case that Jesus of Nazareth, I mean, Jesus is just the Greek version of Joshua, Josh. He probably thought of himself as speaking on behalf of God. And so these people did emerge, and they did manage to get themselves killed pretty consistently. And what we will also see through the Middle Ages, through the rise of the Middle Ages, is a new form of prophetic Kabbalah, where Abraham Abulafia will actually develop the first techniques, mystical techniques for getting a vision of God, and we actually have those techniques. They're breathing techniques and meditation techniques, and we'll talk about some of those techniques as we get into the rise of Kabbalah. So prophecy has not completely gone away, but it has a kind of half-life, that as an institution, it passed away, but it has a half-life, and there continue to be prophets from time to time in Judaism. They also continue to have a pretty bad life. Abraham Abulafia was excommunicated, condemned, and died in obscurity. So I don't recommend. If you want to be happy, don't be a prophet. And if you want to make others happy, don't be a prophet.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and
On the 10th of December 1911, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry is awarded for the 11th time. The Nobel Foundation's citation states that the prize is being given to the recipient for their services to the advancement of chemistry by the discovery of the elements radium and polonium. For the awardee, this is not a wholly unique event, as she has experienced this before, having previously been awarded the accolade 8 years earlier, in 1903, along with her husband. However, as this is her second such award, the woman becomes the first person to ever receive 2 Nobel Prizes, a feat that would not be equaled for half a century. Her name, Marie Curie, a martyr to science. The woman known to history as Marie Curie was registered as being born on the 7th of November 1867 in Warsaw, Poland. Her full name at baptism was Maria Solomea Skłodowska. Maria's father was Władysław Skłodowski. He was a teacher of mathematics and physics and was passionate about education and science and fluent in both Russian and French. He was born in Poland at a time when the country was controlled by Russia, and he hoped to influence his students to work towards an independent Poland in the future. His family were of the same attitude. His father, Józef, a head teacher, had fought in the 1813 Polish uprising against Russia. Marie's mother was Bronisława Boguska. She had become the headmistress of a girls' school in Warsaw shortly after her marriage to Władysław in the summer of 1860, and she and her husband moved into accommodation provided by the school. Both Bronisława and Władysław came from the landed gentry in Poland, but had lost their titles and lands during the years of Russian oppression. Their children were born in rooms in Bronisława's school. Marie was the youngest in the family and was known as Mania, with 4 older siblings: Zofia, born in 1862, Józef, born in 1863, Bronisława, known as Bronia, born in 1865, and Helena, born in 1866. When Władysław received a promotion to the role of assistant director in his school in 1868, Bronisława gave up her head teacher role to focus on looking after her children, and the family moved to accommodation provided by Władysław's employer. Bronisława cared for and taught her children alongside her husband when he was at home. He put in place a learning schedule which included exercise, reading, and plenty of play. Bronisława also made shoes and sold them in order to earn extra money. She also looked after her brother-in-law, Przemysław, who suffered from tuberculosis and stayed with the family for some time to recuperate. The family often used the summertime to holiday with relatives in the countryside, a well-anticipated escape from the oppressive atmosphere of Warsaw under the scrutiny of Russian authorities. Marie had been born in Warsaw at a tumultuous time, not long after an attempted Polish revolution against Russia. Poland had established a commonwealth with Lithuania in 1569, But in 1772, after many prosperous years, attacks from neighboring states weakened the Union, and the two nations were eventually divided into the partitions of Poland and incorporated into the neighboring states of Prussia, Austria, and Russia. Poland was repressed most strongly under Russian rule, and this repression increased in the face of Polish revolts and calls for reform. There had been a failed Polish rebellion in 1830, and another revolt in 1863 was also defeated. The leaders were hanged in public, and the Warsaw Royal Castle was turned into a barracks by the Russian military. After the 1863 revolt, many people in Warsaw wore black in mourning, both for the failure of the insurrection and for those who had died fighting in it. Several members of Mari's extended family had been involved in the fight for Polish independence, as well as her paternal grandfather's involvement in the 1830 rebellion. Her paternal uncle, Stislav, escaped to France following the attempted revolt in 1863. Her maternal uncle Henrik, fighting in the same revolt, had been sent to Siberia, along with thousands of other Poles who the Russians deemed to be revolutionaries. In an attempt to put an end to the Polish rebellion, Russia introduced the policy of Russification, which attempted to stamp out Polish culture. Under this policy, communication in public had to be in either Russian or German. Signs on shops were written in Russian Cyrillic rather than in Polish, and schools were inspected to ensure their teachings reflected Russian values. Many Polish people resisted this and fought to maintain their national culture through non-violent and often clandestine means, hoping that this would prepare future generations for freedom. While the Polish language was banned in public, families like the Skłodowskis continued to educate their children in Polish at home. Władysław encouraged his children to read banned Polish books and taught them how to use the equipment he brought home from school after laboratory work was removed from school curriculums by the Russian authorities. Unfortunately, he was demoted from the post of assistant director of his school in 1873, seemingly because he was resented by one of his Russian seniors, which left the family in a financially strained position. Further misfortunes were to befall the Skłodowski family when Mari's mother, Bronisława, became unwell with tuberculosis. Władysław spent much money in his efforts to see her cured, sending her to several health resorts, but with no marked improvement. This increased the financial difficulties the family were experiencing, and the decision was made to turn their home into a boarding school, taking on nearly 20 students. Their difficulties continued, however, with some of the family contracting typhus in 1874, perhaps because of the overcrowded nature of their new living arrangements. Zofia, who had accompanied her mother on several of her rest cure excursions, died as a result of contracting the disease in 1876. This was a huge blow to her family, in particular for her mother Bronisława, whose health took a sharp decline, and she too died in 1878. Mari took the death of her mother very badly and went into a deep depression. Despite these blows to the Skłodowski family, Mari continued to demonstrate a high level of intelligence, which had been apparent from an early age. She had begun her education at the school at which her mother had been headmistress, and later she was sent to a school a little closer to the family's home, along with her elder sister Helena. The headmistress worked hard to ensure her students received a good education, despite Russian control. Whilst her students' timetables displayed the subjects stipulated by the Russian authorities, she would ensure Polish studies, including history and language, dominated their learning. When inspectors arrived, the teacher would quickly change the language or subject they were teaching, in order to present a curriculum which conformed to Russian standards. Mari's aptitude for learning became useful in the presentation of conformity to Russian rules. On one inspection, after hiding their Polish history books in class, Mari was asked to recite the lineage of the Tsars in Russian by her teacher, which she did perfectly. Despite this unconventional educational experience, Mari progressed well in her studies, although she was emotionally damaged by her mother's death. In 1878, she was moved to a government-run school in Warsaw, as her father thought she needed a new challenge. The school in Warsaw that Mari attended was government-run and compliant with the demands of the Russian inspectors. She often spoke of this period of schooling negatively, particularly regarding her teachers, whom she wrote were hostile to the Polish nation, and she could be quite outspoken towards them. Despite this, she graduated first in her class in 1883 at the age of 15, winning awards in several subjects and receiving a gold medal. Doing so well academically, she was looking forward to a career and some degree of financial independence. However, Warsaw University did not admit women, and so she would have to go abroad to study, something which her father's limited finances could not cover. Indeed, he made the decision that she should spend a year in the country with family rather than continue her studies. Not only had family funds been depleted throughout his wife's illness, with several rescue trips to finance, but he had also invested heavily in his brother-in-law Henrik's plan to run a mill, an ill-fated decision which resulted in the loss of the family savings. Nevertheless, Mari's time in the country, spent in the company of her uncles and cousins, seems to have been a year of much fun, in contrast to her previous years spent studying. This was helped by the fact that the more rural areas in which they lived were less subject to Russian oppression, and those who lived there could speak Polish and follow Polish traditions without fear. Mari enjoyed attending a Polish kulik, a traditional Polish party where the attendees traveled house to house by horse-drawn sleigh to be received with feasts, music, and dancing. A year of fun ended in luxury at a country estate northeast of Warsaw, alongside her sister Helena, on invitation from a former student of her mother's, who was now a countess. When Mari returned to Warsaw, she moved back in with her father. He had moved to smaller lodgings and made the decision not to continue his boarding school. He was still experiencing financial difficulties, and the fees associated with further study, especially for those studying abroad, made pursuing a university education unlikely for Mari. She spent her time reading and continuing her education independently, yearning to follow in the footsteps of the women in her family who had pursued careers. Her mother as a headmistress, an aunt who had established factories, and another aunt who had studied at university in Geneva. Women were not permitted to study at the University of Warsaw, but an underground study group had been set up in 1882, which met secretly in the homes of those who wanted to pursue higher education. This became known as the Flying University, with a formal curriculum and 1,000 students by 1889, meeting in secret around Warsaw. Soon after her return to Warsaw, Mari and her sister Bronia began to study in this secret institution. Mari was also giving lessons from home, and later became a governess in order to finance her elder sister Bronia's studies in Paris. Bronia, in turn, agreed to help Mari to follow her to Paris to begin her studies once Bronia secured a profession. With this plan between the two sisters, Mari started her formal employment and spent 4 years as a governess, employed by a sugar beet farming family, the Zorowskis, in a rural area called Sztuki. She was responsible for the eldest daughter, who was a similar age to herself, and 3 other children aged 10 years, 3 years, and 6 months old. She had a good relationship with the eldest girl and the 3-year-old boy, but struggled with her other charge, age 10, whom she found inattentive and forgetful. She continued to educate herself through reading, and with her commitment to social change instilled by her father, took on the task of teaching a group of local peasant children how to read. She continued to study in a range of fields, but developed a passion for maths and science, complaining in a letter to her brother about having to learn solely from books rather than having any exposure to laboratory work. It was at some point during her time in Stuki that Mari met and fell in love with the son of her employer, Kazimierz, during one of his vacations from university, where he was studying agricultural engineering. However, the Zarowskis would not hear of their son marrying a governess of low financial status, however well educated she was, and eventually their son gave in to their will, to Mari's heartbreak and continued misery under their employment. She began to resent her sister and brother, who were both at university, writing that, "I have lost hope of ever becoming anybody." Despite Mari's despondence, she worked out the rest of her contract with the Zarowskis and left Stuki in 1889, returning to live with her father before taking a new tutoring role. Her father had accepted a new role as a school director and was now in the position to send money to Bronya, who was studying in Paris, and pay back Mari for her contributions to Bronya's study. Her cousin, Józef Boguski, had a laboratory in Warsaw, where he ran science lessons for Polish students, and she began to experiment there under the tutelage of one of Józef's colleagues. This cemented her desire to pursue her studies in physics and chemistry. Pursuing scientific studies was unusual for a woman. At the time, many considered a woman's place to be in the home, focusing on the household and children. Women were not admitted to scientific societies, and only in the latter part of the 19th century had women become accepted into some universities. In 1890, Mari's sister Bronya, who was studying at medical school in Paris and newly engaged to a medical student, Kazimierz Dłuski, invited Mari to come and live with them. Despite her commitment to pursuing formal scientific study, Mari showed some hesitation, worried about leaving her father at home. But by 1891, she had made up her mind and left for Paris in November to pursue her studies in science at the Sorbonne, a college of the University of Paris. She was one of very few female students. There were only 210 females studying out of a student population of over 9,000. And several of these women were studying recreationally rather than in pursuit of a degree, and focusing on studies of a domestic nature rather than on the sciences. Mari travelled to Paris as cheaply as possible, sitting in the 4th class of the train, and having to bring her own chair as none were provided. Mari only stayed briefly with her sister and brother-in-law before moving to her own apartment in the Latin Quarter of Paris, which was much closer to the university, in order to allow her to focus more on her studies, away from the chatter of her brother-in-law, which she found distracting. Initially, she found her studies difficult, having had limited exposure to laboratory work before her university enrollment. But she was single-minded in her focus, sometimes forgetting to eat when engrossed in her studies. She made some friends, but prioritized her work above all else, often avoiding social occasions. She lived frugally in a cheap, unheated flat, and allowing herself a budget of only 3 francs per day. But she did not appear to suffer overly from these deprivations. In fact, she delighted in the sense of independence, having broken away from being employed in the homes of others, although she still tutored in order to have an income. Her family did worry about her. Her brother-in-law would write to her father about his concern and the fact that she ignored his guidance. But her continued focus on her work paid off, in her academic results. Marie had arrived in Paris at a time of great competition and upheaval. The French were in competition with the Germans in terms of scientific advances in the aftermath of the French defeat in the Franco-Prussian War in 1871. Many were worried about the potential superiority of Germany, with some linking the strength of the German army to a superior education system there, and a focus was put on improving scientific research and teaching in France. The Sorbonne had benefited from this, with investment in the form of modern laboratories and classrooms, as well as an increase in the number of employees in the science faculty. Marie benefited from studying under some of the best scientists and mathematicians based in France, and in 1893 took first place in her studies, equivalent to a master's degree in physical sciences, after which she returned home briefly. Shortly after Marie's return home, she received news that she had been awarded the Polish Alexandrovich Scholarship, which allowed her to continue her studies abroad, with a focus on mathematics. She later ensured that she paid the value of this back to her benefactors, so that other Polish students could benefit. Returning to Paris and graduating with her degree in 1894, she also met Pierre Curie for the first time at the home of a friend. He came from an educated family in France. His father, Eugène, was a doctor who had conducted investigations into tuberculosis inoculations, and his mother, Claire, came from a family of inventors. He was born on the 15th of May, 1859, being almost 10 years older than Marie. He had a brother, Jacques, who was 3 years his senior, and whom he was very close to. The two brothers often worked alongside each other whilst conducting research. Having been taught at home by his parents and a tutor, Pierre had an aptitude for maths and science, and became a Bachelor of Science at just 16 years of age. He and Jacques worked together on the symmetry of crystals and designed an electrometer that could measure small amounts of current precisely, much more so than had been possible prior to this. At the time of his first meeting with Marie, Pierre was director of laboratory work at the Municipal College of Physics and Industrial Chemistry. Marie and Pierre developed a friendship over their shared interest in the sciences and spent much time in the laboratories and scientific societies in Paris. After Marie came second in her studies in maths in 1894, she returned to Poland, intending to care for her father and continue her studies there, as well as contribute in her own way towards an independent Poland. She received several letters from Pierre requesting that she move in with him in a shared flat with separate rooms so that they could continue to work together in their scientific studies in pursuit of their scientific dream, as he wrote. Her ambitions of studying in Poland were dashed, however, after she was unsuccessful in gaining a place in Krakow University. Despite her misgivings about leaving her native Poland and her father, she opted to return to Paris, moving into her own apartment and attending Pierre's thesis presentation in March 1895. They became closer, and Marie wrote to her family to announce her engagement in the summer. Pierre Curie and Marie married on the 26th of July 1895 in Sceaux, the hometown of her husband's family. It was a simple civil wedding, with no rings and only a small reception at Pierre's parents' house, but it was attended by Marie's sisters, Bronya and Helena, and her father. Despite having been gifted a generous amount of money for a wedding outfit by a relative, Marie wore a simple style of dress, suitable for both the wedding and working in a laboratory, and used most of the money to buy 2 bicycles on which she and Pierre enjoyed a brief honeymoon tour of France, sharing their love of nature through exploring woods and wildlife. After the honeymoon, Marie and Pierre moved into a small 3-roomed flat in Paris and soon after Pierre received his doctorate and was appointed as a professor at his previous workplace, the Municipal College of Physics and Industrial Chemistry, resulting in an increase in salary. Many women of the era who were of the same class as Marie would have abandoned notions of work and study once married in order to devote themselves to domesticity. However, she continued her studies, having received a grant to research the magnetic properties of steel. She was also studying for a teaching qualification because, as a woman, it was near impossible for her to find a salaried research project, and she completed this qualification in 1896. Alongside her teaching and continued studies, she managed her significant household responsibilities and finances, which she documented with precision. She became pregnant in 1897, but never took the bed rest most women of her class were recommended, and continued working and traveling with Pierre on their cherished bicycles. She gave birth to a daughter, Irene, on the 12th of September 1897, under the care of Pierre's physician father. Eugène Curie continued to support the couple in caring for Irene, alongside hired nursemaids, moving in with Marie and Pierre after his wife died from cancer 2 weeks after Irene's birth. He formed a strong relationship with his granddaughter. This facilitated Marie's continued studies in science, and she began to consider a topic to focus on for her own doctorate. Scientific research had been spurred on by the discovery of X-rays by William Röntgen in Germany in December 1895. This discovery had been embraced by the press and the public, with its potential recognized, particularly for medical science, and scientists were keen to pursue further study on rays, including Henri Becquerel, a physics professor at the Paris Polytechnical College. He started experimenting on substances which emitted light to discover if they might also emit rays, determining that uranium salts did so. His proof of this being the outline of the substance appearing on the photographic plates on which they were placed, despite the salts being wrapped in paper. Whilst his results were not as groundbreaking as the discovery of X-rays and did not attract the same publicity, they stimulated Marie's curiosity. She believed these rays were a property of atoms she termed radioactivity, and she began to study samples of metals and minerals, working in a disused facility at Pierre's workplace. This work was to become the focus of her doctorate, and she built on the work of an English scientist, Lord Kelvin, who had experimented on the ability of uranium rays to electrify the air around them. Marie focused on the ability of a range of metals and minerals, donated and given to her by colleagues and acquaintances, to conduct electricity, but she needed instruments in order to measure this accurately. Pierre coached her in using the electroscope, an instrument that measured small electrical currents and the ionization current from gamma rays that he had developed alongside his brother Jacques 15 years earlier. She continued testing, focusing her research on uranium and thorium, and found that a mineral compound named pitchblende, which contained uranium, seemed to have an ability to make the air around it conduct electricity, much more so than pure uranium, and she therefore suggested there was a radioactive element contained within pitchblende that was even stronger than uranium. Pierre was keen to join her in her work, abandoning his own research projects on crystals. They were well matched in terms of their passion and focus, with both neglecting to eat and sleep when in pursuit of their studies and producing reams of notes documenting their developments. On the 12th of April 1898, Marie's report on rays emitted by uranium and thorium was presented at the French Academy of Science by one of Marie's teachers. Neither Marie nor Pierre were members of the Academy, so were unable to present there. In July 1898, After several painstaking experiments on pitchblende focused on isolating the individual elements contained within it, the Curies published work announcing the existence of a new element, proposing to call this polonium, after Marie's native country, and introducing the term radioactive for the first time to the scientific community. They make sure to acknowledge the role Becquerel's work had played in their research, and also detailed the ways in which both Pierre and Marie had contributed to their discoveries, in order to preempt the likely assumption that Pierre had taken the lead in their discoveries, with Marie merely assisting. In July 1898, members of the French Academy of Science wrote to Pierre, notably not Marie herself, to inform him that his wife had won the Prix Guignard with a financial reward of 3,800 francs for her work on the magnetic properties of steel, as well as her work on radioactivity. In December, their studies led to the discovery of radium, another new radioactive element. Such transformational discoveries as those made by the Curies required evidence, however, with several scientists expecting clear proof of the existence of the new elements discovered by Marie. Alongside their employments, Marie and Pierre worked on providing evidence for the existence of polonium and radium, with Marie focusing more on the isolation of radium and Pierre focusing more on developing their understanding of radioactivity. They dedicated their time wholeheartedly to this, despite working in difficult conditions, based in an unused leaking shed at Pierre's workplace. They were also continually under radioactive exposure through their work, which had serious health implications which were not fully appreciated at the time. The couple were tired and noticed they had lost considerable amounts of weight, despite taking precautions such as working outside to avoid concentrated exposure to fumes. Further precautions were not yet realized as being necessary due to a lack of understanding of the dangers of contact with radioactive materials. Whilst their lack of membership barred them from presenting to the French Academy of Science, in 1900 the couple were able to present their research to scientists from all over the world at the International Congress of Physics in Paris, explaining radioactivity as a new force alongside gravity and electromagnetism. In 1902, Marie extracted a pure form of radium and determined its atomic weight. The Curies never patented any of their work, as this would have cost implications both in time and money, highlighting their devotion to science for science's sake. However, by neglecting to do so, they missed out on the financial rewards this would have had in the long term, and Marie would write that her husband's salary did not quite cover their expenses at times. Pierre was offered a higher-paying job by the University of Geneva in 1900, where he would be given a chair at the university, a laboratory, and assistants, and he notified the Sorbonne of his intention to leave. Realizing the ramifications of losing the Curies, the Sorbonne then offered Pierre the chair of physics, and Marie a post at a teacher training college for women, offers which were quickly accepted. Although becoming more recognized for their discoveries, the Curies were feeling the effects of working intensely with radioactive materials. Whilst initially making light of the pain in their fingers induced by coming into contact with radioactive materials, overexposure was having real implications on the Curie's health. Pierre's fingers were covered with sores, and he was in increasing pain that prevented him from sleeping. A doctor had suggested that Marie might be anemic, another potential consequence of working in close contact with radioactive substances. Despite the discomfort experienced by Marie and Pierre, the family had traveled to Poland several times since their marriage, and Pierre succeeded in impressing Marie's relatives by learning some Polish. However, Marie's father, Władysław, suffered a series of misfortunes related to his health. having been hit by a tram, as well as being afflicted with gallstones, with a surgery planned to remedy this. Marie was on her way to Warsaw to see him, but unfortunately was too late, as he died on the 14th of May 1902, aged 70. Another misfortune hit the family in 1903, when Marie suffered a miscarriage. She blamed herself for not taking greater care of her health before the premature birth of the child, and remained unwell herself for some time afterwards. The Curies were awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics alongside Henri Becquerel in 1903. Some of the nominations had only specified Pierre for the award, despite the Curies' efforts to document each of their separate contributions to their research. But having found out about this, Pierre insisted that Marie be equally recognized. She became the first woman to receive a Nobel Prize. They received a monetary prize as part of their Nobel Award, and Marie used this to improve their home, although they also gave a lot of money away to family, including Bronya and her husband, who had opened a sanatorium, as well as to causes important to the Curies, such as support for Polish students. The couple were invited to Stockholm to be awarded the prize and make a presentation about their work, but Pierre rejected this notion, citing the couple's teaching commitments and Marie's health. It is unlikely that either of the Curies relished the idea of the publicity their Nobel presentation would attract. The French press, in particular, reveled in these new heroes, but tended to cast Marie as playing a supporting part, rather than highlighting the neutral role she played in the discoveries the Curies had made. This carried over into their acceptance into the scientific world. Pierre was given a seat at the French Academy of Science, with no such recognition being offered to his wife. The Curies were bombarded by the press, and both of them felt this keenly, resenting the intrusion into their private life with unannounced journalist visits and a barrage of letters and requests. Some journalists, unhappy with the reception they received, commented on the apparent coldness of the couple and their lack of graciousness, and on one occasion, Marie complained that an interview with herself that had been published in a newspaper had never actually taken place at all. On the 6th of December 1904, Eva Curie was born, the newest addition to the family, and they spent much time in the summer of 1905 at their leisure, hosting Marie's sister Helena and her daughter in Paris, and traveling to the coast afterwards. Marie continued her teaching and developed a popularity amongst her students. However, tragedy struck the high-achieving couple when Pierre Curie died in an accident in 1906, having been struck by a horse-drawn carriage on a busy Paris street. Marie was devastated, having lost not only her beloved husband, but also her research partner. Her brother and sister Bronya arrived at the family home to support her and the children whilst they were in mourning. The Sorbonne, Pierre's employer, initially offered a pension to support Marie and her daughters, but she refused this, viewing it as charity. After much consideration, the decision was made to enable her to continue her husband's work, essentially giving Marie Pierre's role at the university, making her the first female professor at the Sorbonne. This was a huge shift for the university at a time when posts were often passed from father to son. She took over Pierre's classes on the 5th of November 1906, working from the exact point at which he had finished his final lecture, making a professional, if emotionless, impression. Marie's initial lectures were overwhelmed, not only by students, but by members of the press. She was ahead of her time, not just in science, but in societal norms in a world in which female figures were expected to confine themselves to a life of domesticity and children, not to conduct groundbreaking scientific research. After Pierre's death, Marie moved her family out of central Paris and to the suburbs of Sceaux, where Pierre was buried. She organized her daughter's homeschooling alongside the children of friends, having the parents teach them various subjects and herself teaching chemistry. Eugène, Pierre's father, moved with them and carried on providing care for Irene and Eva. Despite his close relationship with them, Eva often lamented her mother's frequent absences because of her work and time spent in the laboratory, and felt the atmosphere in the house mournful and quiet. They took holidays together, but sometimes Marie sent the girls on holiday to the coast to be cared for by friends, believing in the importance of fresh air and physical activity for them. Biographers have disagreed over her approaches to motherhood, some highlighting the fact that she painstakingly documented her children's first teeth and steps, others arguing that she found her children a distraction from her scientific work. She reflected in later years that this struggle to balance life and work was not easy. This was to become harder when, in 1909, Eugène became unwell, and Marie nursed him until his death in 1910. Another sad time for the family. Marie's friends worried about her low mood, and Irene was particularly bereft, as she had been very close to her grandfather. Marie was asked to be involved in the setting up and direction of a new Radium Institute to further study radioactivity in 1909. She was keen to lead on this, meeting with architects to ensure the building was set up to her liking. Researchers worked under her direction, and she made sure to include scientists of both genders and a range of nationalities. When they traveled abroad, she tasked them with bringing back minerals that could be used for testing. Whilst her leadership of the Radium Institute was a recognition of her discoveries, her gender was still a barrier to her acceptance in the scientific world. She was never accepted into the French Academy of Sciences, despite her achievements. This was partially due to her gender, as the first female member of the Academy was only accepted in 1962, but it may have also had something to do with the controversy surrounding her relationship with Paul Langevin, with whom she grew close after the death of Pierre. Langevin, a fellow scientist who had studied under Pierre and became a close friend of the Curies, had a family, but was increasingly unhappy. He had frequent arguments with his wife and her family, on one occasion having been injured by having an iron chair thrown at him by his mother-in-law. A visiting friend commented on how he would often leave the dinner table after exchanging cross words with his wife. In 1907, he drew closer to Marie, with both still grieving in the aftermath of Pierre's death, and his wife was made deeply jealous by the relationship between the two. Whilst Marie never admitted to the relationship, they appear to have been very affectionate with one another, and by 1910, they had rented an apartment together near the Sorbonne. In the same year, his wife discovered letters between the two. Enraged by this, she made threats to discredit both parties, and even to kill Marie, and an agreement was made that Langevin would no longer see Marie, even on a professional basis, and on her part, his wife would stop issuing threats. Marie's health suffered, being both fearful of the threats made towards her and the potential scandal, but also excited by the prospect of being able to pursue a relationship with Paul, issuing advice in further letters about a potential separation between him and his wife. Despite Marie's conflicted emotions, she continued her scientific work, setting up the laboratory that had been promised to Pierre when he became a member of the Academy of Science, and publishing all her work on radioactivity thus far. In 1910, she was nominated to become a member of the Academy of Science herself, the first potential female member. Here, the gender debate began to be played out in the press, with some concerned that issuing such honours to Marie would damage future gender relations, and that her appointment to the Academy would open the gate for more challenges to gender norms and perceived female domesticity. members of the Academy made several arguments for and against women's acceptance into the Academy, with attendance almost doubling at the assembly of the Academy, which was scheduled to have this debate. Some made the point that once elected as a member of the Academy, Marie would also be eligible to become president of the institution, and that was going too far for several members. The assembly voted, and the results came out as 85 to 60, deciding against the inclusion of female members, despite some spirited defenses from members in Marie's favor. In 1911, Langevin's wife arranged for further letters to be stolen from him and threatened to have them published. She sued for divorce, using the letters between Marie and her husband as proof of the affair. The scandal had huge implications for Marie, who became ill upon the exposure of the letters, because as a woman, more so a woman with high standing in the academic community, she was expected to maintain high morals and ethics. There was also an element of anti-Semitism at play within the press, with some wrongly claiming that Curie was Jewish and leveling stereotypical tropes in her direction. Marie wrote complaints to the newspapers, threatening legal action for any further allegations made against her. As the Langevins continued to argue over the terms of the divorce, the author of a weekly periodical published some of the letters written between Marie and Langevin in 1910, focusing on a particular letter of Marie's in which she offered Langevin advice about leaving his wife. More press and public condemnations followed, casting Marie as a homewrecker. A mob formed outside the home of the family, and they were forced to flee to a friend's house. There was even talk of Marie losing her place at the Sorbonne. In that same year came the announcement that Marie had been awarded the Nobel Prize for Chemistry for her work on radium and polonium, the first scientist ever to achieve a second Nobel Prize. The chairman of the Nobel Committee attempted to prevent her attendance at the 1911 Nobel ceremony until her name was cleared of any wrongdoing, but Marie argued that she would attend, as the prize had been awarded for her scientific work and was nothing to do with her private life. She attended the ceremonies in December 1911, supported by Bronya and Irene, giving the customary formal lecture despite being unwell. When she returned home, however, she was admitted to hospital with a kidney ailment from which she continued to suffer for the coming years, most likely exacerbated by the stress she had been under. It was impossible to consider continuing to pursue a relationship with Langevin, and he eventually reconciled with his wife. Whilst the scandal faded, Marie ensured she guarded her privacy fiercely from then on, sometimes appearing emotionless and isolated, refusing all requests for interviews until 1920. Marie's health had been seriously affected by the scandal, and at one point in 1912, she believed she was near death. Doctors had found lesions in her kidneys which caused infections, and she was in and out of hospital. She was forced to stop working for 6 months and went to a variety of resorts in an attempt to improve her health. She documented her attempts and measured her fluid intake and output and temperature daily. She traveled under an assumed name, still wary of the press and rumors following the Langevin scandal. She stayed in England with a friend, Herta Ayrton, a scientist herself who had also experienced the difficulties of working within a predominantly male field. Marie's health continued to improve only slowly, and that, together with the fallout from the events of 1911, meant that she was unable to contribute to continuing studies on radioactivity, where scientists were concentrating on the structure of the atom, although she continued her correspondence with those working in the field and ensured she was up to date with the most recent developments. In 1914, with the beginning of World War I, Curie found her lecture halls empty as conscription resulted in her students' absence, as well as that of many of her male colleagues. Even when the German army was pushing towards Paris, she insisted on staying where she was, despite her prior plans to meet with her daughters on vacation. The government ordered that the precious radium in her laboratory be sent to a safer location, and she accompanied it in its leaden container by train. She was keen to support the war effort, both for France and for Poland, which was the location of several battles between the Russian and German armies. She made several charitable donations for the war effort and attempted to donate her Nobel Prize medals, buying war bonds when this offer was rejected. On discovering that the French war effort was suffering due to a lack of X-ray equipment and trained personnel, Marie decided this was where her efforts should be placed. Learning more about the medical use of X-rays from a colleague, she worked on a plan of putting together a radiology car. She secured funding from charities and purchased or asked for unused equipment, and the first car was put into use in October 1914, despite the initial reluctance of army leadership. In November, Marie herself arrived near the front in the second radiology car she had developed, accompanied by her daughter Irene. She continued her work on the project throughout the war, equipping several of the vehicles herself and securing her driving license in 1916 so she could drive them. Having now recognized the importance of X-rays in order to support greater efficiency in battlefield surgery, making it easier to diagnose broken bones and detect shrapnel without invasive surgery, the army requested that she train others, and she set up a school for female X-ray technicians. Her daughter Irene continued to work on the project, operating her own X-ray posts and teaching alongside her mother. Approximately 1 million wounded soldiers benefited from mobile X-ray machines during the war, and the machines became nicknamed Little Curies. After the war, Curie continued her work in science and was the recipient of funding, mostly from the United States of America. France was still suffering the after effects of the First World War, and the government was not in a position to fund Curie's work or the purchase of more radium for her experiments. The American public's interest in Marie had been piqued by an article published in an American magazine about her. She had been visited by an American editor, Marie Mattingly Maloney, in 1920. Maloney had been surprised by the simple way in which Curie lived, having interviewed some other notable scientists and inventors who lived in more luxury, reflecting the import of their discoveries, and she began to build up a friendly relationship with Marie. She started a campaign in order to raise funds to support Marie's work, initially to secure more radium for her to use in her studies. In an article written by Maloney, she painted a picture of Marie as living in relative poverty, although this was not the case. Maloney also stressed the potential for Marie's discoveries in combating cancer, despite Marie making it clear that she had had no direct contribution to make to work on cancer treatment. Maloney also stressed in her writing that Marie had been generous in relinquishing the patents she could have held for producing radium, patents that could have allowed her to live in the same luxury as other scientists who had made great discoveries. Encouraging donations to Curie, Maloney stressed that, far from being a woman who had profited from her work, Marie Curie lived a simple life on low pay, having given up potential prosperity as well as good health, as she suffered from burns, jaundice, and cataracts as a result of her research, all for the good of science. Maloney persuaded Marie to embark on a tour of the United States to raise further funds. This was a difficult task, as Marie was not keen on addressing crowds, and certainly did not relish the implications of fame, particularly after the Langevin scandal. She finally agreed to conduct a 6-week tour in the United States, starting in May 1921, with the hope of gaining funds for the studies held in her Radium Institute. Maloney convinced Curie to accept the donations publicly, despite her reticence for publicity, and attend lunches and events. Whilst agreeing to the tour itinerary set up by Maloney, Marie insisted on being accompanied by her daughters, and also ensured that rest days were included in the schedule. Right from the outset of the tour, Marie was greeted by large crowds, and she found the publicity overwhelming, sometimes refusing callers under the pretense of being unwell. When attending events, she spoke as briefly as possible, retiring from the stage at the earliest opportunity. As the tour went on, she increasingly asked her daughters to attend events and accept awards on her behalf. She attended hospitals giving radium therapy and the homes of those in high society, and she was presented with several honors never previously bestowed upon a woman, including a fellowship from the American Museum of Natural History and an honorary degree from Wellesley University. She even attended the White House, with President Harding presenting her with a key for a box containing a donation of radium. As the tour came to its end, she appeared increasingly aloof in public, and at the age of 53, and in declining health, she was almost certainly exhausted. Nevertheless, the tour achieved what it set out to do. Donations of radium, worth $100,000, and several other precious metals were received. A trust fund was organized to facilitate the continuation of Marie's work, and much scientific equipment was donated for her institutes. She was also provided with a chauffeur for her use in Paris. She was to conduct another tour at Maloney's behest in 1929, where President Hoover presented her with radium this time, but she attended only one public appearance, and the American public began to lose interest, seeing her as an eccentric recluse. After returning from her first American tour, Marie set back to work. Her Radium Institute continued to receive funding for further study. She also sat on the committee of the League of Nations from 1922 to 1934 in an attempt to support the coordination of the scientific research of member states. The French government, on the 25th anniversary of the discovery of radium, granted her a lifelong pension. Alongside her work, Marie enjoyed holidaying with her family, having invested in several holiday lodgings. In 1926, Irène married Frédéric Joliot, a French scientist, becoming Irène Joliot-Curie, and Marie's first grandchild, Hélène, was born, followed by the birth of her grandson Pierre in 1932. Like Marie and Pierre, Irène and her husband worked alongside each other in the laboratory, continuing Marie and Pierre's work on radioactivity and going on to discover artificial radioactivity, for which they were to receive the Nobel Prize in 1935. Unfortunately, Marie would not see the honor of the Nobel Prize being bestowed on her daughter. Her health, already poor, continued to decline. Working in the early days of understanding radioactivity with a lack of appreciation of the dangers, many protective measures now seen as essential did not exist. Curie had worked with test tubes containing radioactive material in her pockets and was exposed to X-rays during her work in World War I. Her laboratory was thoroughly contaminated by the materials she had worked with, and years later, it had to undergo a stringent decontamination procedure before it was opened as a museum. Yet, doctors at the time, aligning radioactivity with cancer treatment, initially made assumptions that it had solely positive health benefits. Radium treatment had also been used in a range of medical experiments. It was viewed as a miracle cure for a range of ailments by some. It was in the 1920s that the first real doubts were cast as to the safety of radioactive substances. Several watch dial painters died in the United States as a result of radium exposure from the luminous paint with which they were working. And closer to Marie's home in Paris, 2 engineers died from preparing radioactive material for medical use. More deaths in the industries linked to radioactive materials followed, including a Japanese scientist who had worked closely with Irene on radioactive sources. Scientists in Mari's own laboratory began to fall ill, and she herself knew her health had suffered as a result of working with radioactive sources. Curie continued to work tirelessly in her laboratory, but she kept her increasing bouts of illness secret, writing lecture notes in large letters so she could still read them as she developed cataracts, and undergoing surgery with only a few people close to her being informed. In May 1934, she had left her work in the laboratory after complaining of a fever, requesting that her current experiments be stored away until she returned. She was not to return. Doctors advised that she be taken to a sanatorium after identifying tubercular lesions on an X-ray, and she traveled there alongside Eva. When she arrived, the doctors there diagnosed not tuberculosis, but pernicious anemia, to which Mari's bone marrow was not reacting due to radioactive damage. She died at Saint-Selmo's sanatorium from aplastic anemia on the 4th of July 1934, and was buried in Sceaux, above the coffin of Pierre Curie. Her funeral on the 6th of July 1934 was attended by her family, including her brother and her sister Bronya, who sprinkled soil from Mari's native homeland over her coffin. In 1995, the remains of both Marie and Pierre were moved to Paris, to be placed in the Pantheon alongside several other remains of the great minds of France. Marie was the first woman to be interred there on the basis of her own work. Marie Curie's discoveries changed the study of science forever, transforming our understanding of atomic physics. The new radioactive elements, polonium and radium, were included in the periodic table, and scientists quickly embraced and sought to make use of them, leading to life-saving cancer treatments and breakthroughs in atomic theory. She has been the only person to win 2 Nobel Prizes in different scientific fields, chemistry and physics. Although her health ultimately failed as a result of her work, despite her perseverance, this helped to inform safer practices in the future. She also worked against gender conventions of the time, working as a woman in a predominantly male field, combating her natural reserve to secure funding and disseminate her findings, even in the face of the backlash she experienced in the wake of the Langevin affair. She remains an inspiration today, particularly for women who remain underrepresented in the sciences. What do you think of Marie Curie? Was she an ambitious trailblazer, forging the way forward for women in science? Or was she an eccentric researcher, but single-minded in her quest for answers to the mysteries of radioactivity? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
That pays, like, I mean, that's 6.2 miles to run that pays, like, think about, like, when you work out, Fred, would you do it? I train 7 miles this year. Every Wednesday, Sunday, I run 7 miles. Okay, so how long do you think you run 7 miles? I don't know. I was told to work out like an hour. Right? That's 7 miles. I don't want to hear about the I don't time myself. I have no idea. The fastest mile I ever ran, I ran a sub 6 minute mile. Okay, I'm talking about 245 pounds. Okay, but that's 7. Now, like, 7 miles. Like, I probably would say an 8 minute mile. 8 minute mile. 30 guys are running like the whole miles to that pace, like think about like when you work out with my would you do road work? I tried 7 miles.
It is Christmas 1961. In Oxford, England, an undergraduate student returns home to his family for the holiday season. However, whilst enjoying the festivities, the young man falls over on several occasions and his family notice his speech is sometimes slurred. Over a year later, in 1963, the student is diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a motor neuron disease. Doctors tell him he will only live for a few years. However, the young man is determined to prove them wrong and defy his condition. Flash forward a quarter of a century, and the same man, who can no longer walk or talk, has risen to become one of the world's greatest living physicists, having revolutionized the understanding of black holes and popularized physics more than any scientist before or since. The man's name? Stephen Hawking, the mind that defied a body. The man known to history as Stephen Hawking was born as Stephen William Hawking on the 8th of January 1942 in Oxford, England. His father was Frank Hawking, born in Yorkshire, England in 1905, a medical researcher who specialized in tropical diseases such as malaria, sleeping sickness, and filariasis, illnesses that posed major public health problems in many parts of the world at the time, and Frank's work frequently took him abroad as he contributed to international efforts to study and combat them. His mother was Isabel Eileen Hawking, née Walker, born into a family of doctors in Glasgow, Scotland in 1915. A highly intelligent and independently minded woman who was among the few female students at Oxford University in the 1930s, where she studied philosophy, politics, and economics. A rare academic path for a woman of her generation, and a reflection of her determination and intellect, but it would be through her position as a secretary in a medical research institute in London that she would meet Frank Hawking. They met shortly before the outbreak of the Second World War, a period marked by political unrest in Europe
and growing concern over the rise of fascism. Their shared interest in politics, science, and social issues brought them together in what would become a strong and intellectually balanced marriage despite their contrasting temperaments. They married in 1941 and settled in Highgate, London. But as German bombing raids on the capital intensified, Isabel relocated to Oxford, where Stephen was born in January 1942. Not long after his birth, the family returned to the London area and eventually made their home in St Albans, Hertfordshire, where they raised 4 children: Stephen, Mary, born in 1943, Philippa, born in 1946, and Edward, who became a part of the Hawking family through adoption in 1955. The Hawking household was known for its intellectual atmosphere and unconventional habits, with meals often eaten in silence as everyone read books at the table. Both parents encouraged curiosity, critical thinking, and independent learning, creating an environment where academic achievement and deep discussion were valued far more than appearances or social conventions. Stephen Hawking spent most of his early childhood in St Albans, an historic market town located north of London, where the family moved after the end of the Second World War, and although the Hawkings lived in what was considered a relatively modest house by local standards, their home was filled with books, ideas, and constant conversation, providing a rich intellectual environment for a young and curious mind. From a very young age, Stephen displayed a keen interest in how things worked, often dismantling household objects and reassembling them just to understand the mechanisms within. Although he was not considered particularly outstanding in the early years of formal schooling, he was known for his sharp wit, strong reasoning skills, and an obvious capacity for abstract thinking, qualities which would later define his academic and scientific career. He began his education at the Byron House School in Highgate, London, a progressive school that emphasized creativity over rote learning. But after the family relocated, Stephen enrolled at St Albans High School for Girls, an unusual choice, but only because boys under the age of 10 were allowed to attend, and later he moved to Radlett School and then to St Albans School, one of the oldest schools in Britain, where he remained until he left for university. Though not always at the top of his class, Stephen developed a close circle of friends at St Albans School and enjoyed building elaborate board games and computers with them. During this time, he also showed a growing fascination with mathematics and physics, often engaging in complex discussions with his teachers and peers, and developing the early stages of what would become his lifelong focus on the laws that govern the universe. His father, however, had hoped Stephen would pursue medicine, following in his own professional footsteps, but Stephen was adamant that his talents and interests lay in mathematics and theoretical science, although his eventual path would be shaped in part by the fact that Oxford University did not offer a specialized undergraduate degree in mathematics at the time, forcing him to pivot slightly in his choice of subject. By the time Stephen completed his secondary education in 1959, at the age of 17, he had already developed a reputation as a deeply intelligent, if somewhat eccentric, student with an ability to solve difficult problems in unconventional ways and with strong academic results in physics and chemistry. He was awarded a scholarship to University College, Oxford, where, his formal journey into advanced science would soon begin. In the autumn of 1959, at just 17 years old, Stephen Hawking began his undergraduate studies at University College, Oxford, reading physics and natural sciences, despite his desire to study mathematics, which was not offered as a dedicated undergraduate degree at the college, so physics became the closest alternative, and it would soon become clear that his abilities in the subject were nothing short of exceptional. Stephen initially found the academic workload at Oxford surprisingly light, and for much of his first year, he coasted through lectures with minimal effort, relying heavily on his natural aptitude for problem solving and abstract thought, although he soon found more intellectual fulfillment through lively discussions with fellow students, late-night debates, and extracurricular pursuits, including rowing, serving as a coxswain for the college boat team. He graduated with first-class honours in 1962, but only narrowly, as his examiners were uncertain whether to award him a first or a second-class degree. In his oral examination, he impressed them with his brilliance and with his confident responses, ultimately securing a first, which opened the door for postgraduate study at the University of Cambridge, where he would begin research in cosmology under the supervision of Dennis Sharma, one of the leading British physicists of the time. Soon after arriving in Cambridge in late 1962, Stephen began to notice troubling signs with his physical coordination. He became unusually clumsy, experienced difficulty with tasks like tying his shoelaces, and began to slur his speech slightly, symptoms which grew steadily worse, prompting concern among his family and friends. In 1963, at the age of 21, after a series of troubling symptoms and inconclusive tests, Stephen Hawking received a diagnosis that would change the course and define much of his life. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, also known as motor neuron disease, MND, which is progressive, degenerative, and, at the time, incurable, attacking the nerve cells that control voluntary muscle movement, with doctors giving him a bleak prognosis of 2, perhaps 3 years to live, and advising him to prepare for a rapid physical decline. The news came as a crushing blow, as Stephen had just begun his postgraduate studies at Cambridge and was surrounded by some of the most brilliant minds in British science. His world, once filled with intellectual promise and youthful optimism, suddenly narrowed into a future shaped by physical limitation and the constant shadow of mortality, leaving him overwhelmed and entering a period of deep depression, withdrawing from academic work, avoiding social activities, and spending much of his time alone. He later admitted that during this time, he struggled with feelings of futility, unsure whether to continue his studies or even make plans at all. Yet, it was during this period of profound uncertainty that Stephen met Jane Wilde, a bright and thoughtful student of languages at Westfield College, London, having been introduced through mutual friends at a party held over the Christmas holidays. Jane was immediately struck by Stephen's sharp mind, dry wit, and intense curiosity, while Stephen, despite his growing sense of isolation, found comfort in Jane's gentle but determined spirit, and while their connection was quiet at first, shaped more by long conversations than overt displays of affection, it quickly deepened into something stronger. As Stephen's illness progressed and his speech began to slur, Jane made the decision to stand by him as she saw in him not a man bound for tragedy, but one whose brilliance and humor could still light up a room, and against the advice of some who believed she was taking on too great a burden, Jane committed herself to supporting him, and in doing so, gave Stephen something vital, the sense that his life, however uncertain, was still worth living. Their early courtship was tender and determined, spent exchanging letters, walking and talking, and finding solace in the ordinary joys of companionship, when Jane's devout Anglican faith giving her the strength to face what lay ahead, and her quiet optimism was a powerful counterweight to Stephen's existential dread, as her belief in him helped restore his sense of purpose. In time, Stephen began to re-engage with his studies, returning to his cosmological research with renewed energy, and his intellectual life, so nearly extinguished, began to flourish once more. By 1965, Hawking had proposed to Jane, and they married on the 14th of July 1965, forming a partnership that would sustain him through the early years of his illness, allowing him to continue his work with determination and focus, even as his body continued to deteriorate. Despite the progression of his illness, Stephen Hawking pressed forward with his doctoral research at Cambridge, focusing on the nature of the universe, the origins of time, and the behavior of black holes, topics that were not only cutting edge, but also fundamental to the field of theoretical physics, and under the guidance of Dennis Sharma, Hawking soon began to emerge as a bold and original thinker. His doctoral thesis, completed in 1966, was entitled Properties of Expanding Universes, and in it, he examined the mathematical structure of the cosmos by applying the equations of general relativity, building on the work of earlier theorists such as Alexander Friedmann and Roger Penrose, whose own work on gravitational singularities would deeply influence Hawking's thinking. In the mid-1960s, Hawking began working closely with Penrose, a brilliant British mathematician and physicist, and together they developed what became known as the Penrose-Hawking singularity theorems, which demonstrated that under certain conditions, general relativity predicts the existence of singularities, points in space-time where gravitational forces cause matter to have infinite density, such as at the center of black holes or at the beginning of the universe itself. These groundbreaking ideas challenged earlier assumptions about the uniform nature of the universe and provided compelling theoretical support for the Big Bang theory, which proposed that the universe had a definite beginning in time. Hawking's ability to make sense of these complex and abstract ideas using elegant mathematical arguments gained him increasing recognition within the scientific community. Between 1965 and 1970, Stephen Hawking developed a series of groundbreaking singularity theorems that would become some of his most influential early contributions to theoretical physics by building on the mathematical framework of general relativity and working in collaboration with British mathematician Roger Penrose. Hawking used complex equations to show that under certain realistic conditions, the universe must contain singularities, points in space-time where gravity becomes infinite and the known laws of physics cease to operate. These singularities were not just theoretical curiosities. Hawking demonstrated that they were an inevitable feature of the universe's evolution, occurring both at the center of black holes and at the origin of the universe itself, the so-called Big Bang. His work provided strong mathematical backing for the idea that time and space had a beginning, challenging the view that the universe had always existed in a steady state. In the midst of his rising academic career and deepening research into the origins of the universe, Stephen Hawking experienced a profound personal milestone in 1967 with the birth of his first child, Robert, bringing joy and a sense of normality to a life increasingly shaped by illness and professional intensity. Both Stephen and Jane embraced parenthood with enthusiasm, despite the many logistical challenges they faced. Jane, who was continuing her own academic pursuits at the time, managed much of the caregiving, while Stephen remained actively involved, even as his mobility and speech steadily declined. The presence of a child in the household helped ground the couple amid the growing pressures of Hawking's care needs and scientific responsibilities, and it marked the beginning of a new phase in their shared journey. In 1968, Hawking joined the Institute of Astronomy at Cambridge, and in 1970, despite increasing reliance on a wheelchair and requiring more daily assistance, he made a major scientific breakthrough alongside Roger Penrose, publishing foundational work on the nature of gravitational singularities. Together, they demonstrated that under general conditions, the collapse of massive stars would lead inevitably to singularities at the center of black holes, and that the universe itself must have originated from such a singular point. In 1970, Stephen and Jane welcomed the birth of their second child, Lucy Hawking, further expanding their young family even as Stephen's physical condition deteriorated. But it was during this intensely busy and challenging period that Stephen, working independently, made another major breakthrough. In 1971, he published what became known as the Black Hole Area Theorem. This profound theoretical insight stated that the surface area of a black hole's event horizon, or the boundary beyond which nothing, not even light, can escape, could never decrease over time, even as the black hole absorbed matter or merged with another. And this result resembled the second law of thermodynamics, which holds that entropy must always increase in a closed system. The true significance of this similarity would only become clear a few years later when he made his next major breakthrough. This major breakthrough came in 1974, when Hawking proposed what would become one of his most famous contributions to physics, suggesting that black holes were not entirely black, but could emit tiny amounts of thermal radiation due to quantum effects near the event horizon, a phenomenon soon known as the Hawking radiation. Although controversial at first, this idea merged the principles of general relativity, quantum mechanics, and thermodynamics in a way that fundamentally reshaped scientific understanding of black holes and the universe itself. That same year, in recognition of his groundbreaking theoretical work, including the prediction of Hawking radiation, Stephen Hawking was elected as a Fellow of the Royal Society, one of the highest distinctions in British science, and at just 32 years old, he joined the ranks of an elite institution that had counted among its members such towering figures as Isaac Newton, Charles Darwin, and Albert Einstein. By this point, his physical condition had deteriorated markedly. He required assistance to walk, and his speech had become increasingly difficult to understand, yet his intellectual output showed no sign of slowing. His ability to continue producing world-class research while coping with a severely debilitating illness inspired admiration from peers and the public alike. Throughout the 1970s, Professor Stephen Hawking began to attract widespread international attention, not only within the scientific community, but also among the wider public, as his groundbreaking ideas about black holes, singularities, and the origin of the universe captured imaginations across the globe. And this decade marked the beginning of his transformation from a respected academic to a global scientific figure, as he accumulated a series of prestigious awards that recognized the depth and originality of his work. In 1975, he was honored with the Eddington Medal by the Royal Astronomical Society for outstanding contributions to theoretical astrophysics, and the following year, he received the Hughes Medal from the Royal Society, affirming his status among Britain's foremost scientists. But it was in 1978 that his growing stature was even more emphatically confirmed when he was awarded the Albert Einstein Award, one of the highest distinctions in theoretical physics. In 1979, Hawking's reputation was further solidified with the Albert Einstein Medal, recognizing his profound contributions to black hole physics and cosmology, and that same year, he was appointed to the prestigious Lucasian Professorship of Mathematics at Cambridge, once held by Sir Isaac Newton, confirming his place as one of the leading theoretical physicists of his generation. That year, Stephen and Jane also welcomed the birth of their third child, Timothy Hawking, completing their family of 5, and although Stephen's illness had significantly progressed by this time, requiring assistance for most physical tasks, he remained determined to continue.
If you're not talking to me, do you mind muting your device, please?
Also, with his role as a father.
Thank you, sir.
Despite the growing physical challenges he faced, Stephen Hawking maintained a close and loving relationship with his children, Robert, Lucy, and later Timothy, and was known within the family for his dry sense of humor and playful spirit, which often delighted the children and brought warmth to the home. Although he could not join in physical activities, he remained deeply engaged in their intellectual and emotional development, encouraging their curiosity and exploration of the world around them. At the center of the Hawking household was Jane Hawking, who took on the immense task of managing Stephen's growing care needs, organizing medical support, coordinating assistance, and adapting their home to meet his physical challenges, while at the same time raising 3 children, often almost single-handedly, and pursuing her own academic and musical interests whenever time allowed. As Stephen's fame grew through the 1970s and 1980s, the pressure on Jane only increased, and although the household was often chaotic and unconventional, it was bound by a spirit of perseverance and love, with Jane later reflecting that while life with Stephen could be overwhelming, she never doubted the importance of his work or the value of the family they had built together. By the early 1980s, Stephen Hawking had become a leading figure in the field of theoretical physics, known not only for his important contributions to cosmology, but also for his determination to continue working in spite of the progression of his motor neuron disease. And although he had now lost the ability to speak clearly and relied on others for day-to-day care, his research output remained prolific, and his desire to bring science to a wider audience grew stronger. In 1982, Stephen Hawking was appointed a Commander of the Order of the British Empire, CBE, by Queen Elizabeth II, one of the United Kingdom's most distinguished civilian honours, which recognised his exceptional services to theoretical physics and his rising prominence as a national figure in British intellectual life. By this time, Hawking had already achieved global renown for his work on black holes and cosmology, and the CBE served as formal acknowledgement from the British state of his contributions to science and education. In 1985, Stephen Hawking was awarded the Gold Medal of the Royal Astronomical Society, the highest honour bestowed by the institution and one of the most prestigious scientific awards in the world, having been established in 1824 and previously awarded to such towering figures as Edwin Hubble and Albert Einstein. This recognition was given to Hawking for his groundbreaking contributions to cosmology and gravitation, particularly his pioneering work on black holes, singularities, and the fundamental nature of the universe itself, and the award marked another major milestone in his ascent as one of the most important scientific thinkers of the modern age. That same year, while visiting CERN in Geneva, Stephen Hawking contracted a severe case of pneumonia, a condition that posed a grave risk due to his already fragile respiratory system, and as his condition rapidly deteriorated, doctors placed him on a ventilator to keep him alive, a move that forced difficult decisions about his future, with his condition becoming so critical that doctors discussed the possibility of withdrawing life support. But Jane insisted that Stephen's mind was still active and that his life was worth fighting for. To save his life, doctors performed a tracheotomy, a surgical procedure that involved removing part of his windpipe, which resulted in the permanent loss of his natural speaking voice, with many fearing that this would mark the end of his public and academic life, as the inability to communicate verbally seemed to exclude him from lecturing, teaching, and writing, all central to his role and identity as a scientist and communicator. For a time, he communicated painfully slowly by raising his eyebrows to select letters from a spelling card, a laborious and exhausting process that required immense patience from both Stephen and those around him. And although he was able to form words and sentences, it often took several minutes just to express a simple thought, creating enormous challenges not only for his academic work, but also for his personal interactions. Later, in 1985, a breakthrough came when Walter Wolters, an American computer programmer whose mother-in-law had been diagnosed with motor neuron disease, sent Hawking a copy of a software program he had developed called Equalizer, a system that allowed users to select words and phrases on a computer screen using simple movements, and for the first time since his tracheotomy, Stephen was able to construct full sentences again with greater ease, restoring a critical part of his independence. Around the same time, David Mason, a British engineer, adapted this system to be mounted directly onto Stephen's wheelchair and fitted it with a speech synthesizer operated by hand that could convert the selected words into a computerized voice. And although the voice was mechanical and distinctly American in tone, it soon became one of the most iconic aspects of Hawking's public persona, allowing him to continue lecturing and writing. It was during this period that David's wife, Elaine Mason, a trained nurse specializing in the care of individuals with severe physical disabilities, became one of Hawking's primary carers, and her arrival brought a new level of professional expertise to his daily support, as she was not only highly skilled in managing complex medical needs, but also accustomed to working with patients who faced profound communication challenges, and over time, Elaine became an increasingly important presence within Hawking's care team, offering both medical assistance and a practical understanding of the unique difficulties he faced as his condition progressed. After a period of intense health struggles and adjustment, Stephen Hawking and his family suffered a significant personal loss in 1986 when his father, Frank Hawking, passed away at the age of 80. And although Frank did not live to see his son become a worldwide icon, he had witnessed Stephen overcome immense challenges and build a remarkable academic reputation through his groundbreaking contributions to cosmology and theoretical physics. Stephen's relationship with his father was complex, yet deeply formative, as Frank Hawking, known for his reserved and somewhat detached emotional style, nevertheless profoundly shaped Stephen through his unwavering intellectual rigor, commitment to rational inquiry, and quiet perseverance. And although their interactions often lacked open displays of affection, they were bound by mutual respect and a shared passion for scientific exploration. In 1988, Professor Hawking published A Brief History of Time, From the Big Bang to Black Holes, and although written for a general audience, it explored profound topics such as the origin of the universe, the nature of time, black holes, and the possibility of a unified theory of physics. Remarkably, the book became a global bestseller, spending more than 200 weeks on the Sunday Times bestseller list and eventually selling over 25 million copies worldwide. The book's success made Hawking a household name and brought him fame on a level few scientists ever achieve. And although many readers admitted they found the content challenging, it was widely praised for making complex scientific ideas accessible, or at least visible, to the general public, and for igniting curiosity about the universe in people who had never studied physics before. That same year, Stephen Hawking was awarded the prestigious Wolf Prize in Physics, one of the most significant international honors in the scientific world, presented by the Wolf Foundation in Israel to recognize achievements that contribute to humanity and deepen our understanding of the universe. Hawking received the prize jointly with American physicist Roger Penrose in recognition of their pioneering work on gravitational singularities and black holes. The research had fundamentally reshaped theoretical physics and produced the famous Penrose-Hawking singularity theorems. This showed that the universe must have originated from a singular point and that black holes are governed by well-defined physical laws. The award not only highlighted the brilliance of Hawking's mind, but also affirmed the enduring impact of his early work. This, coupled with the release of A Brief History of Time, cemented his position at the very forefront of modern science. In 1989, Stephen Hawking was appointed to the Order of the Companions of Honor by Queen Elizabeth II, a rare and distinguished accolade limited to only 65 living members and awarded to individuals who have made outstanding contributions to the arts, science, medicine, or government, with Hawking's inclusion reflecting his achievements in science and his role advancing knowledge and sharing complex ideas with the public. By 1990, the long and often complicated marriage between Stephen and Jane Hawking came to an end, as the relentless pressures of Stephen's deteriorating health, rising public celebrity, and growing care needs proved too great a burden to bear. For over 2 decades, Jane had acted not only as a wife, but as a caregiver, organizer, and emotional anchor, raising their 3 children largely on her own, and although there remained a deep mutual respect between them, their home life had, in Jane's own words, become a battlefield due to widening emotional distance. Around this time, Stephen Hawking formed a close relationship with his nurse, Elaine Mason, a woman with a strong personality and a background in working with individuals with complex disabilities, and she soon became a central figure in Stephen's personal life following his separation from Jane. After Elaine's own separation from her husband, David Mason, their relationship quickly deepened into a romantic one, with Elaine assuming a prominent role not only within Stephen's care team, but also at the heart of his household. The relationship generated considerable controversy and was met with mixed reactions from the public and those closest to Stephen, as some praised Elaine for her devotion and believed she gave Stephen renewed energy and independence at a time when his condition had grown increasingly severe, while others, including members of Stephen's family and longtime friends, expressed concern over the intensity and exclusivity of the relationship, and, over time, contact between Stephen and some family members became strained. In 1995, following the finalization of his divorce from Jane Wilde, Stephen Hawking married Elaine Mason in a private ceremony held in Cambridge, attended by a small group of close associates, although many of Stephen's colleagues and family members were notably absent due to the ongoing tensions that had developed since his separation from Jane. The marriage was marked by a degree of privacy, with fewer public appearances alongside his children and previous associates, and although Stephen continued to travel, write, and engage in public life, the tone of his domestic world became more insular. Nevertheless, during this time, he remained as intellectually active as ever, continuing to work on some of his most ambitious theories and contributing to popular science literature. Following the success of A Brief History of Time, Professor Stephen Hawking became a household name, appearing in interviews, documentaries, and television specials, and throughout the 1990s, he continued to write, lecture internationally, and use his platform to advocate for scientific education, disability support, and public engagement with questions about time, space, and existence. His public presence alongside his dry sense of humor, sharp intellect, challenged preconceptions about disability, making him instantly recognizable beyond academic circles, eventually venturing into popular entertainment, making memorable guest appearances as himself in episodes of Star Trek: The Next Generation, The Simpsons, and Futurama, where he was portrayed affectionately, further cementing his place as both a scientific icon and a beloved figure in popular culture. However, Hawking's venture into the limelight had not dulled his scientific mind, as in the late 1990s and early 2000s, he, alongside physicist James Hartle, developed and later introduced a bold new approach to understanding the universe known as top-down cosmology, a theory which challenged the traditional view that the universe had a single linear history beginning with the Big Bang. Instead, Hawking and Hartle proposed that the universe's history should be understood retrospectively from the standpoint of what we observe in the present, and according to this view, rather than evolving from one fixed starting point, the universe could have had multiple possible histories, each compatible with the laws of quantum mechanics. Our current reality, they suggested, is not shaped by a singular past, but by all the different possible paths the universe could have taken to reach its present state. This approach opened up novel ways to interpret cosmological phenomena, particularly in the context of the multiverse, where countless universes with varying properties might exist simultaneously, and although top-down cosmology remained highly abstract, it was widely seen as an elegant attempt to bridge quantum theory and general relativity, reflecting Hawking's lifelong pursuit of a so-called theory of everything, a unified framework that could explain the fundamental workings of the universe in its entirety. In 2001, Stephen Hawking published The Universe in a Nutshell, a follow-up of sorts to his earlier bestseller A Brief History of Time, aimed once again at helping a general audience understand the deepest questions of modern cosmology. The book explored a range of complex subjects, including quantum mechanics, superstring theory, brain cosmology, and the concept of multiple dimensions. Topics often confined to academic papers, but which Hawking now sought to explain with clarity, accessibility, and visual elegance. Lavishly illustrated and written in a more accessible tone than his earlier work, The Universe in a Nutshell was well received by the public, fortuitously, as it was designed to help readers grasp the intricate relationships between time, space, gravity, and the ultimate structure of the universe. In it, Hawking introduced cutting-edge ideas using vivid metaphors and visual diagrams to make the abstract seem tangible and to bring the frontiers of theoretical physics within reach of a wider audience. In 2004, Stephen Hawking stunned the scientific community when he publicly conceded a long-standing bet made in the 1990s over the so-called black hole information paradox, a debate concerning whether information that falls into a black hole is lost forever or somehow preserved. And although Hawking had famously argued that the information was irretrievably lost, this view conflicted with the principles of quantum mechanics, which insist that information must be conserved. Hawking had even formalized the disagreement with a friendly wager against American physicist John Preskill, promising that if he were wrong, he would present Preskill with a complete set of encyclopedias, and at the 17th International Conference on General Relativity and Gravitation, held in Dublin, Hawking dramatically reversed his earlier position, stating that he now believed information could, in theory, escape from black holes through the subtle quantum effects, And true to his word, he presented Preskill with an encyclopedia set. At the same time as Hawking was at the forefront of science in 2004, unexpectedly, he appeared on the front of several British newspapers which reported that Cambridgeshire police had opened an inquiry into concerns about Hawking's welfare after caregivers observed unexplained injuries. And although no formal allegations were made by Stephen himself, reports suggested that some staff members feared Hawking's second wife, Elaine, may have been responsible. Stephen issued a public statement denying any mistreatment and asserting that he had not been assaulted. And although the investigation attracted considerable media attention at the time, no charges were filed, and the case was closed after police cited insufficient evidence, plus Hawking's refusal to pursue any formal complaint, stating, "I have not been assaulted in any way by my wife." In 2006, Professor Hawking soon gained more positive attention as he was awarded the Copley Medal by the Royal Society, the oldest scientific prize in the world dating back to 1731. This prestigious medal, previously bestowed upon luminaries such as Charles Darwin, Michael Faraday, and Albert Einstein, recognized Hawking's outstanding achievements in scientific research and confirmed his place among the most influential scientific minds in history. Hawking received the honor in recognition of his exceptional contributions to theoretical physics and cosmology, particularly his work on black hole thermodynamics, the nature of singularities, and the quantum structure of the universe. The award represented a crowning moment in his long relationship with the Royal Society, which had first elected him as a fellow more than 3 decades earlier. However, Hawking's personal life once again returned to the tabloids in 2006 as his second marriage to Elaine Mason broke down after 11 years, but he never publicly explained the reasons why, choosing to remain intensely private about his personal affairs, particularly after the intense media attention that followed the 2004 police investigation into allegations of mistreatment. The allegations were publicly denied. No charges were ever brought, and Stephen continued to maintain that there had been no wrongdoing. Despite this, tensions within the marriage had been widely reported for several years by members of his care team, academic colleagues, and even close family. And during this period, there were growing concerns that Hawking had become increasingly isolated, both personally and professionally, as Elaine Mason assumed a dominant role in managing much of his daily life. By the time of their separation in 2006, it was clear that the emotional and relational strain had taken a toll on Stephen's once broader support network. Following the separation from Elaine Mason, Stephen Hawking gradually began to rebuild his relationship with his 3 children, Robert, Lucy, and Timothy, who were now adults, each forging their own paths in life. Robert, the eldest, had pursued a career in software engineering and was living in the United States with his own young family. Lucy had become a successful journalist and author, known particularly for her children's science fiction books aimed at making complex scientific ideas accessible to young readers. It was around this time that she began collaborating with her father on a new series of novels beginning with George's Secret Key to the Universe in 2007, blending storytelling with real scientific concepts. Timothy, the youngest, had taken roles in education and corporate work and remained a quieter presence but maintained close ties with the family, and as Stephen's physical condition required increasing care, his children began to take a more active role in supporting his daily needs and in helping to manage his public appearances, travel, and professional commitments. Stephen also renewed his friendship with Jane Hawking, not as a romantic partner, but as a trusted confidant and long-time companion who had shared the most formative and challenging years of his life. By this time, Jane had remarried in 1997 to Jonathan Hellier Jones, a musician and family friend who had been a source of support during her most difficult years caring for Stephen. Despite the complexities of their past, Stephen and Jane maintained a cordial and at times affectionate relationship in his later years, occasionally appearing together at public events and family gatherings. Their renewed connection brought a sense of closure and continuity to a family that had, at times, been tested by strain and distance. And for Hawking, these final years were marked not only by ongoing scientific engagement, but also by a quieter, more grounded sense of personal reconciliation and familial closeness. In 2007, Stephen Hawking fulfilled a lifelong dream when he experienced weightlessness during a zero-gravity flight aboard a specially modified Boeing 727 aircraft operated by Zero Gravity Corporation in the United States. The flight, which took off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, involved a series of steep parabolic maneuvers that simulated the sensation of microgravity, allowing Hawking to float freely above his wheelchair for brief intervals. Photographs of the event showing Hawking smiling as he hovered mid-air with the assistance of flight staff quickly spread across the globe alongside his message that life on Earth was vulnerable to disasters, both natural and man-made, and that colonizing other planets would eventually become a necessity. In 2008, Stephen Hawking founded the Center for Theoretical Cosmology at the University of Cambridge, an institute dedicated to advancing research into the fundamental laws of the universe. The center aimed to foster collaboration across disciplines, bridging cosmology, quantum gravity, and particle physics, while also supporting the next generation of theoretical physicists through cutting-edge research and education. Hawking envisioned the CTC as a hub where the biggest questions in physics could be explored in depth, such as the nature of space-time, the origin of the universe, and the unification of general relativity and quantum theory. And although his health increasingly limited his mobility, Hawking remained actively involved in shaping the center's mission and lended the full weight of his global reputation. In 2009, Stephen Hawking was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor in the United States, by President Barack Obama. The ceremony, held at the White House, recognized individuals who had made extraordinary contributions to the security or national interests of the United States, to world peace, or to cultural and other significant public or private endeavors, with Hawking being honored for his profound impact on science, education, and the global imagination. Hawking was honored not only for his groundbreaking work in cosmology and theoretical physics, but also for his tireless commitment to public education, his advocacy for people with disabilities, and his role in promoting scientific understanding around the world. When presenting the award, President Obama praised him as someone who had overcome the odds and expanded our understanding of the universe. In 2010, Stephen Hawking co-authored a provocative and widely discussed book entitled The Grand Design, working alongside physicist and author Leonard Mlodinow. The book set out to explore some of the most fundamental questions in science and philosophy, such as, what is the nature of reality? Why is there something rather than nothing? And perhaps most controversially, is it necessary to invoke God to explain the creation of the universe? Building on developments in quantum theory and string theory, Hawking and Mlodinow presented a bold and simplified version of a theory of everything, introducing readers to advanced concepts. According to the authors, these advances in theoretical physics showed that the laws of the universe could arise spontaneously from nothing without the need for a divine creator, a claim that sparked widespread media attention and considerable debate. Hawking's assertion within the book that philosophy is dead and that science now held the answers to life's biggest questions drew both admiration and criticism, with theologians, philosophers, and scientists weighing in from all sides. Nevertheless, the book became an international bestseller, praised for its clarity and ambition, and it solidified Hawking's position not only as a scientific thinker, but also as a public intellectual unafraid to challenge traditional beliefs. The Grand Design was a continuation of Hawking's lifelong mission to make the deepest and most complex aspects of the cosmos understandable to a general audience, and to stimulate discussion about humanity's place in the universe, not just through equations, but through ideas that touched on existence itself. Throughout the 2000s and 2010s, Stephen Hawking remained intellectually active and firmly embedded within the global scientific community, continuing to publish, lecture, and collaborate despite his increasingly severe physical limitations. As Director of Research at the CTC, Hawking focused his attention on some of the deepest unresolved problems in modern physics, particularly the reconciliation of general relativity with quantum mechanics. Hawking continued to investigate the black hole information paradox, proposing that information could be preserved at the event horizon, and he revisited his earlier no-boundary proposal with James Hartle, refining it in the light of multiverse models, and although he no longer published at the same pace as in earlier decades, he remained active in research, mentoring students, co-authoring papers, and contributing to major scientific debates. In 2012, Stephen Hawking took center stage at the opening ceremony of the London Paralympic Games, delivering a powerful pre-recorded message that set the tone for the entire event and celebrated the human capacity to transcend physical limits. Projected across the stadium and broadcast to millions around the world, Hawking's voice urged audiences to look up at the stars, not down at your feet. The same year, Stephen Hawking was honored with the Special Fundamental Physics Prize, a $3 million Lifetime Achievement Award established by Yuri Milner to recognize monumental contributions to theoretical physics. The following year, he received the inaugural Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics, created by Milner, Sergey Brin, Mark Zuckerberg, and others to raise the global profile of pioneering scientists. These awards recognized Hawking's groundbreaking work on black hole thermodynamics, Hawking radiation, and quantum gravity, and praised his profound influence not only on modern cosmology, but also on the public understanding of science, reflecting a career that reshaped humanity's conception of the universe. Stephen Hawking's mother, Isabel Hawking, passed away in 2013 at the age of 98, having lived a long and intellectually rich life, and throughout Stephen's life she remained a steady and supportive presence, an anchor in both his early development and later success, as from a young age Stephen was deeply influenced by her sharp mind, strong will, and independent thinking, qualities that she herself had exhibited as one of the few women to attend Oxford University in the 1930s. She built a home where books, ideas, and debate were valued above convention, helping to spark Stephen's early fascination with the universe, and as his fame grew, Isabel remained a quiet source of strength, staying close to her grandchildren and attending public events. Although she never sought the spotlight, those close to Stephen knew her influence on his intellectual and moral outlook was profound, making her passing the end of a deeply meaningful bond. In 2014, Stephen Hawking's extraordinary life was brought to the big screen with the release of The Theory of Everything, a biographical drama based on the memoir Travelling to Infinity, My Life with Stephen by Jane Hawking. The film chronicled Stephen's early academic brilliance, his devastating diagnosis with motor neurone disease, and the evolving dynamics of his marriage to Jane, portraying both the triumphs and struggles that shaped his remarkable journey. Eddie Redmayne, who portrayed Hawking, received widespread acclaim for capturing both his intellectual fire and physical decline with remarkable accuracy, winning the Academy Award for Best Actor along with a BAFTA and Golden Globe. Redmayne credited Stephen's feedback as essential to shaping the role, with Hawking himself praising the film and noting that at times he felt he was watching himself, especially as the filmmakers used his actual computer-generated voice to add authenticity. In 2017, Stephen Hawking celebrated his 75th birthday, an extraordinary milestone for a man once given just a few years to live. To mark the occasion, the University of Cambridge hosted a major international scientific conference in his honor, bringing together many of the world's leading physicists, cosmologists, and academics to pay tribute to his life's work and his enduring influence on modern science. The conference, entitled Gravity and Black Holes, featured lectures and presentations that built upon the themes and discoveries Hawking had spent a lifetime exploring, including quantum gravity, black hole thermodynamics, and the nature of singularities, and it served as both a celebration of his legacy and a forward-looking examination of the questions that remained at the frontiers of theoretical physics. Hawking gave a speech at the event, delivered through his voice synthesizer, reflecting on the progress of science during his lifetime, his hopes for the future of humanity, and his belief in the power of the human mind. And while his 75th birthday marked a personal milestone, it was also a powerful reminder of how he had defied his initial prognosis and the physical adversities he faced throughout his life. Stephen Hawking died peacefully at his home in Cambridge, England on the 14th of March 2018 at the age of 76, a life far longer than the 2 to 3 years doctors had predicted when he was diagnosed with motor neuron disease at 21, and his passing marked the end of one of the most extraordinary scientific journeys of the modern age. The date of his death held poignant significance. It was Pi Day, celebrated around the world by mathematicians, and also the birthday of Albert Einstein, one of the greatest minds in the history of science, whose legacy had often intersected with Hawking's own. The parallels were not lost on the public, with tributes pouring in from every corner of the globe. World leaders, fellow scientists, celebrities, and institutions across science, technology, and education paid homage to Hawking's life, with many praising not just his intellectual contributions, but also his courage, resilience, and humor in the face of overwhelming personal challenges. The Vatican issued a statement honoring his work. NASA expressed gratitude for his cosmic insights, and flags were flown at half-mast in academic circles. His funeral took place on the 31st of March 2018 at Great St. Mary's Church in Cambridge, attended by family, friends, and distinguished figures from academia and public life. The service reflected both the deep affection and immense respect he commanded across the world, with crowds gathering outside to pay their final respects, while inside, tributes were paid to his extraordinary life and contributions to science. His ashes were later interred at Westminster Abbey on the 15th of June 2018, placed between the graves of Sir Isaac Newton and Charles Darwin, two of the greatest scientists and contributors to scientific history, whose legacy Hawking had unquestionably joined, cementing his place among the greatest thinkers Britain has ever produced. In October 2018, just months after his death, Stephen Hawking's final book was published under the title Brief Answers to the Big Questions. This was compiled from his personal archives and unfinished essays, and completed with the help of colleagues, family, and long-time collaborators. The book served as a sort of intellectual legacy, a final message from one of the greatest minds of the modern era, tackling some of the most profound and urgent questions facing humanity. The tone of the book was characteristically clear, bold, and thought-provoking, and while it did not claim to offer definitive answers, it laid out Hawking's views in a way that was both accessible and deeply reflective, as he expressed concern about climate change, unchecked technological advancement, and the long-term survival of the human species, reiterating his belief that humanity must eventually look beyond Earth if it is to endure. The book became an international bestseller, widely praised for distilling complex topics into simple, readable language while retaining the depth of Hawking's insight. For many readers, Brief Answers to the Big Questions felt like a personal farewell, both a warning about the future and a celebration of the curious, daring intellect that had reshaped humanity's understanding of the universe. Stephen Hawking's life was one of extraordinary contrasts. A man bound to a wheelchair who explored the furthest reaches of the universe, a scientist who could not speak, yet who communicated some of the most profound ideas in human history, and a figure whose physical fragility was overcome by a profound spiritual strength and resilience. From the quiet streets of St. Albans to the halls of Cambridge and the world stage, he became a beacon of human potential, reminding us all
Yo, what up?
that the limits of the body are no match for the power of the mind. In evaluating his scientific contributions, scholars continue to debate the full impact of Hawking radiation and his quest for a theory of everything, but there is near universal agreement that his work fundamentally altered our understanding of black holes, time, and the origins of the universe. His ability to bridge general relativity and quantum mechanics helped lay the foundation for future research in quantum gravity and string theory. Many of his most famous theories, from Hawking radiation to the no-boundary proposal, remain unproven. Not because they lack merit, but because the tools to test them have not yet been invented. Yet, Hawking fully acknowledged this gap between theoretical elegance and empirical confirmation, often describing his work as a map towards truths that future generations might uncover. While Hawking was widely admired, his career was not without criticism of some of his public comments, such as his warnings about the existential risks of artificial intelligence. These were viewed by some as visionary and by others as speculative, and a few critics within academia argued that his immense celebrity sometimes eclipsed his more cautious scientific output, especially as theories like the multiverse or no-boundary proposal remained untestable. Nevertheless, even without empirical proof, Hawking's ideas pushed the boundaries of accepted thinking, sparking new debates and encouraging others to imagine boldly. And he never shied away from life's largest questions, challenging traditional beliefs about God, existence, and the cosmos itself, and staking his place in the timeless conversation between science and meaning. Alongside figures such as Carl Sagan, Hawking became one of the most influential popularizers of science in the modern era, and through books such as A Brief History of Time, public lectures, interviews, and cameo appearances on television, he helped bring ideas like black holes, time travel, and the origin of the universe into everyday conversation. What set him apart was not only the depth of the tackling of his subject matter, but his ability to show that science could be both wondrous and accessible. Though often portrayed through the lens of fame and scientific genius, those closest to Stephen Hawking described him as witty, fiercely independent, and deeply determined. And his children spoke of a father who encouraged their curiosity and embraced humor even in the most difficult moments. While colleagues recalled a man with an astonishing memory, a sharp tongue, and an insistence on precision in both thought and language. Despite his physical constraints, Hawking remained actively engaged in his relationships and work, often surprising those around him with his stamina and intellectual appetite. He could be private and guarded, but also warm and generous with those who knew him best. And his resilience left a lasting impression not only on the public, but on all who shared in his remarkable journey. He defied a diagnosis that gave him just a few years to live, surviving more than 5 decades with a disease that would have silenced most, proving that the limits of life are not defined by the body, but by the mind and will. Even as his body weakened, his mind remained a laboratory of its own, collaborating with mathematicians, physicists, and students to build some of the most ambitious theoretical frameworks of the modern age. Today, Stephen Hawking is remembered as both a pioneering scientist and a cultural icon, admired not only for his contributions to science, but for his defiance of expectation, his commitment to truth, and his extraordinary ability to inspire. And his genius lay not only in what he discovered, but in what he made us question, and most of all, in what he made us imagine. What do you think of Stephen Hawking? Was he the greatest scientific communicator of our time and a man who defied fate itself, or was he a brilliant theorist whose fame sometimes eclipsed the complexities of his work? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. In crisis, the dreaded plague is spreading north from London. The universities close, and both students and teachers head home to safety, and one such student heads north to his family's estate in Lincolnshire. One afternoon, while sitting drinking tea, he observes an apple fall to the ground and begins to speculate about why all objects are drawn to the Earth's center. Eventually, nearly 2 decades later, the same man publishes his Theory of Universal Gravitation, which, for the first time, lays down the laws of gravity and simultaneously revolutionizes mathematics, physics, and astronomy. His name? Sir Isaac Newton, history's greatest scientist. The man known to history as Isaac Newton was born on Christmas Day, the 25th of December, in the year 1642, at the manor house of Woolsthorpe, south of the town of Grantham, in Lincolnshire, in the East Midlands of England. The Julian calendar was still in use in England at the time, and it was the 4th of January 1643 on the continent, where most countries had adopted the Gregorian calendar that was 10 days ahead of the Julian calendar. Little Isaac was clearly sickly and underweight, and it is understood that his mother believed he would die shortly after being born, a development which explains why he was not baptized for a week after his birth, a ceremony which usually took place within 48 hours of the birth. Whatever the circumstances, Isaac pulled through and survived. He was named after his father. Isaac Newton Sr. was a landholder and an important farmer in rural Lincolnshire. The family's wealth was indicated by the fact that they lived at Woolsthorpe, a substantial enough manor house. The Newton family had built on generational upward social mobility here from the early 16th century onwards, and had become prominent members of the yeomanry by the middle of the 17th century, the equivalent of being middle-class farmers. Isaac Sr. was uneducated and illiterate, a not uncommon state of affairs for middle-class yeomen in the 17th century. Isaac would never know him. His father died in early October 1642 at 36 years of age, 2.5 months before his one and only son was born. He left behind a sizable enough estate and a range of livestock that included 4 dozen cattle and 235 sheep. This wealth would have a bearing on Isaac's life and allowed him to pursue a life of scholarship in later years. Isaac's mother was Hannah Newton, the daughter of James Askew, a member of the gentry from the town of Market Overton in Rutlandshire. It is a sign of Isaac Newton Sr.'s upwardly mobile nature and economic success that he had married Hannah, whose father was of a higher social status than the Newtons. She eventually remarried after her first husband's death. Her second marriage was to the Reverend Barnabas Smith, a churchman with a large estate that generated an income of around £500 per year, a substantial amount of money in the middle of the 17th century. When she married Smith, Isaac's mother left to live with him at North Witham, around 3 kilometers away from Woolsthorpe. There, she started a new family. Isaac was not a part of it. When his mother headed to live with Smith, she left her firstborn son with her parents. Evidently, Isaac's childhood with them was not a pleasant one. Years later, when his grandfather died, it was revealed in his will that he had left Isaac nothing, suggesting a frosty relationship. In all of his extensive correspondence over the decades, which has all been analyzed in detail by historians, there is no mention of his grandfather Askew, and his grandmother was not exactly spoken of glowingly by Isaac on the few occasions in which he mentioned her. Finally, it has also been speculated that Isaac grew to loathe his stepfather, the Reverend Smith, an understandable development if he felt abandoned by his mother and was left to grow up in a house where his relationship with his grandparents was strained. Historians have concluded that the peculiar elements of Isaac's later personality, his aloofness and distance from others, were shaped by these early childhood experiences. Newton's life was also influenced greatly by intellectual, cultural, and social forces which had commenced well over a century before his birth. The Renaissance is typically viewed through an artistic prism as a movement that led to the emergence of great painters, sculptors, and architects. In reality, it transformed every sphere of European life in the 15th and 16th centuries, from philosophy and diplomacy to commerce and technology. One of the offshoots of it was the scientific revolution. Medieval European science was primitive. A certain amount of knowledge about astronomy, as well as biology, mathematics, and the natural sciences, had been retained from the ancient Greeks and Romans. Yet, in many spheres, European scientific knowledge was remedial in medieval times. That all began to change in the early 16th century. First, a Polish man, Nicolaus Copernicus, published a book entitled On the Revolutions of the Heavenly Spheres in 1543. In this, he laid out the heliocentric model of the universe, which stated that the Earth rotated around the Sun and that the Earth was not the center of existence. Copernicus's work opened the floodgates for a wave of new scientific inquiry. Soon, figures like Tycho Brahe in Denmark, Johannes Kepler in Germany, and Galileo Galilei in Italy were conducting groundbreaking work on astronomy, optics, mathematics, and physics. They also began developing scientific instruments like telescopes and measuring tools. The scientific method emerged too. This was the idea that a person could come up with a hypothesis and then test that through experimentation and reasoning. This work was related to philosophical inquiry, which had long used such methods going back to the ancient Greeks. It was also in ancient Greece that philosophers began conceiving of the world as being made up of tiny particles, which they had called atomos, the root of the modern word atom. In line with this, the scientists of the European scientific revolution viewed themselves as being natural philosophers. There was an English dimension to all of this, though the scientific revolution arrived at England later than most other parts of Western Europe. One of the earliest proponents of the new science was Sir Walter Raleigh, the famous Elizabethan courtier. Raleigh fell out of favour after Elizabeth's death and was imprisoned in the Tower of London for 13 years between 1603 and 1616 by the new king, James I. There he set up a laboratory and spent much of his time carrying out experiments. Elsewhere, the drive to discover the northeast and northwest passages to Asia by sailing north of Europe or America had led English navigators to develop scientific instruments and accomplished cartographic or map-making skills in the 16th century. But it was really in the 17th century that England came into its own as a centre of the scientific revolution. The Lord Chancellor of England between 1617 and 1621, Sir Francis Bacon, was known for his contributions to the scientific method and inductive reasoning. William Harvey, an English physician of the early 17th century, conducted groundbreaking work on the circulatory system and human anatomy. By the time Newton was born, Robert Boyle, the youngest son of the first Earl of Cork, Richard Boyle, was commencing his pioneering work in chemistry. he is now deemed to be the father of modern chemistry. There were many other natural philosophers beginning to make contributions here and there to the various fields of science. All of their activities gained greater coherence and collegiality in 1660, when the Royal Society was founded in London as a means for scientists to swap ideas and correspond about their research. Newton would soon emerge as the greatest figure of the scientific revolution in England. Not much is known about Isaac's earliest years. He was reluctant to write about his childhood and later life. His stepfather died in 1653 when Isaac was 10 years old. His mother then returned to Woolsthorpe along with Isaac's younger 3 half-siblings. By then, Isaac's education was already well underway, guided by a cousin, another churchman named Richard Askew. In 1655, when he was 12 years old, he was sent on to a grammar school in the nearby town of Grantham, where he was taught by a Mr. Stokes. The curriculum would have had a heavy emphasis on learning Latin, and then that stemmed outwards into the subjects that were written about by the greatest Latin writers, namely Roman authors like Cicero, Quintilian, Virgil, Tacitus, Seneca, and the like. The subjects were rhetoric, history, prose poetry, and philosophy. Still, recent research has revealed that Mr. Stokes did have a good bit of mathematical knowledge too, and Newton's abilities in this area were consequently fostered from around age 12 or 13. Isaac, who would notably display almost no interest in the opposite sex as an adult, appears to have had a teenage romance with the stepdaughter of a Mr. Clark, with whom he lodged at Grantham. In 1659, when he was 16 years old, he was recalled home to Woolsthorpe to help out on the family farm, but this was a short-lived experiment. Isaac hated farm work, and both Mr. Stokes and his cousin Richard Askew had learned enough about his intellect to realize that he had the makings of a gifted scholar. They organized to help finance the finishing of his elementary schooling, and then, with this done, he was sent off to Cambridge University in 1661. Newton's earliest years at Cambridge were formative in his emergence as one of the greatest scientific minds in human history, though often in unusual ways. His comparatively humble background meant that he was assigned as a sun sizer. This meant he was expected to earn his keep cleaning the college and was not allowed to dine with the other wealthier students. This suggests his mother had refused to provide much financing from the estate she now controlled from not one, but 2 deceased husbands. What it did ensure was that Newton was somewhat socially isolated as a lowly sub-sizer, something which encouraged him to focus more on his studies. Early on, he was taught by Benjamin Pullin, a tutor who assigned him lots of writings by the giant of the medieval scholastic curriculum, the ancient Greek polymath Aristotle, a man who was primarily remembered as a philosopher, but who was also one of the great early natural scientists. Before long, Newton was moving on to more contemporary scientific works and had developed an especially keen interest in physics. About 2.5 years into his studies at Cambridge, he then abandoned any sense of formal or structured learning. His lengthy notebooks, which have survived down to the present day, show that he stopped reading the works of Aristotle and other canonical Greek and Roman works by figures like Plato. Instead, Newton began to concentrate overwhelmingly on more modern scientific philosophical and political writings. Robert Boyle's pioneering chemistry work featured amongst what he was interested in, as was Thomas Hobbes' great work of political theory, Leviathan, published just a few years earlier in 1651. However, it was the works of Galileo that held Newton's attention above all others at this time. The Italian polymath had revolutionized the study of astronomy, optics, and many other fields in a series of studies carried out between the 1590s and 1630s. Decades later in England, they were inspiring Newton to break with the established curriculum at Cambridge and begin his own highly original research on mathematics, physics, and optics. Newton's education at Cambridge was coming to an end just as a series of events in England would create an ideal environment for him to carry out one of the most miraculous periods of research and writing ever undertaken in the history of science. Late in 1664, a large comet was seen over southern England. In the minds of early modern English people, this was a celestial portent of bad times ahead. Early in 1665, their worst fears were confirmed when a virulent wave of the bubonic plague struck England. While the plague's most terrible moment had come in the late 1340s and early 1350s, when it killed upwards of 1 out of every 3 Europeans, smaller waves of the disease struck the continent periodically for centuries to come. Crowded, dirty cities were particularly susceptible to plague pandemics, and these outbreaks even reached the streets of relatively small university towns like Cambridge. For instance, an outbreak of the disease in 1603 had killed an estimated 25,000 to 30,000 people in London, over 10% of the whole at the time. There was no cure or no effective way of fighting it other than to flee from urban areas and avoid contact with others who carried the disease. Thus, when the plague arrived, the wealthier people who were able to do so often fled from London, Bristol, Cambridge and Oxford to their country houses and spent months there. This is what happened in the plague year of 1665, a particularly destructive wave of the disease which killed upwards of 100,000 people in London in the mid-1660s, about 15% of the total population there at the time. Cambridge University closed, and Newton retreated to his family estate at Walsall. The isolation and lack of interruption would allow him to produce an enormous array of work, such that this period in 1665 and 1666 is often termed Newton's Annae Mirabilis, or miracle years, much like that which Albert Einstein had centuries later in 1905, when he published 4 papers within the space of a few months, which revolutionized the study of physics. Newton's work in his miracle years can broadly be broken down into 3 key fields: physics, mathematics, and optics. Despite the tendency to view this as a period of miraculous discovery, Newton was building on work he had been carrying out during his years at Cambridge, and which he had kept extensive notes of in a book which he inscribed with the title Quistones Quadam Philosophicae, meaning certain philosophical questions, though the topics covered were concerned with the hard sciences. His first major discoveries were mathematical. They resulted in the development of the binomial theorem in 1665, a mathematical concept which allows for expansion of much more basic theorems like x plus y. This was the foundation for further work which involved measuring large objects and their movement, as well as algorithms for tracing curves, tangents, and the like. No other mathematician in Europe had ever arrived at findings that were this complex before. They laid a lot of the basis for the development of modern calculus. Newton's response to making these discoveries was to record them in a paper which he entitled, "To resolve problems by motion, these following propositions are sufficient." He then placed the paper in a drawer and forgot about mathematics for at least 6 months. He would not make any effort to publish or disseminate that work at the time. With this done and still mired in his continuing self-imposed exile from the plague, Newton moved on to studying mechanics. His mathematical inquiries were related to this, as basic study of weights, measures, and mechanics requires use of mathematical equations. Newton wanted to build on the work of Galileo and René Descartes in this area, the latter a philosopher who 30 years earlier had come up with the famous phrase, "Cogito ergo sum," I think, therefore I am, as a basis for an objective, unquestionable truth that could form the foundation of a philosophical system. Building on their work and using his own complex mathematical abilities, Newton now began to work out a new theory of how gravity functions. By studying how objects collided, he worked out that objects of any kind exert force over one another when they clash or meet. This sends them in different directions, but there is evidence of a center of gravity along a straight line. Experimenting further, he came to the conclusion that particles or atoms attract one another, and that the force involved in this gravitational pull correlates with the mass of the objects in question and the distance between them. It is a complex concept and was tied into several other conclusions he reached in his notebooks in 1665 and 1666 about how force, gravity, and mechanics operated. The simplest of these laws of physics which he devised at the time is the third law he wrote about. This states simply that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. When you jump into the air, this action is immediately followed by gravity pulling you back downwards to the ground by the same distance. While some of the laws concerning mathematics and gravity which he devised at this time were consequently more complex than others, what they amounted to in their entirety was a fundamental expansion on human understanding of how gravity and motion work. A fanciful story later developed that Newton had reached his conclusions about gravity after seeing an apple fall from a tree at Woolsthorpe. The tale was probably supposed to mimic a story about the ancient Greek mathematician Archimedes making one of his great discoveries while taking a bath and discovering the principles of buoyancy and displacement in the process. In the long run, Newton's discoveries around gravity, weights, and mechanics in the mid-1660s were the most important. There was a third field, though, beyond mathematics and hard physics. Newton also made some important discoveries in the field of optics at this time, the study of light, colors, and the visual world. From this, we can get a sense of how Newton carried out his research and experiments. He wanted to see if the rays emitted by different colors could be perceived in different ways. To achieve this, he first painted one end of a piece of thread red and the other blue, and then observed them through a prism. They looked disjoint, as he had expected, demonstrating what's known as the heterogeneity of light, the fact that light can appear more intense and available depending on different sets of circumstances. He then expanded the research by setting up a dark room, through which he only allowed in a narrow beam of light. Then he placed a prism in front of the beam and refracted that onto a wall that was over 20 feet away. The resulting color spectrum was 5 times longer than it was wide. What Newton consequently realized was that light was not homogeneous, but heterogeneous. It is not made up of one single thing, but is instead comprised of different parts which can be seen in terms of the different colors in a light prism. This is the corpuscular theory of light, as Newton would describe these parts which make up light as corpuscles. This research would become the foundational basis for Albert Einstein's subsequent discovery of photons nearly 2.5 centuries later. By the time 1666 came to an end, Newton had made a series of breakthroughs in the fields of mathematics, physics, and optics. Nobody as yet, though, knew what he had accomplished. His remarkable findings were carefully recorded in his notebooks at Woolsthorpe, but he had not yet shared them with the world. It was the spring of 1667 before it was considered safe to return to Cambridge, as life in southern England was so disturbed by the final stages of the plague year and the Great Fire of London that had destroyed the capital in September 1666, leaving around 100,000 homeless, people who either encamped outside the ruins of the city or dispersed to other towns and villages around the country. In this atmosphere of disordered life, Newton arrived back at Cambridge and managed to gain election as a fellow, a post that provided him with a modest salary. He began teaching, tutoring, and continuing his research back at Cambridge. He also started to disseminate some of his findings in a limited way. For instance, he distilled some of his mathematical work into a tract entitled On Analysis by Infinite Series, which he then gave copies of to a number of colleagues. This was hardly the greatest example of academic self-promotion ever attempted, and it's debatable whether people he gave his findings to would have been able to follow the equations he laid out in all instances. It was nevertheless enough for it to be made clear to people at the university that Newton was a mathematician of unusual skill and that he had made breakthroughs during the plague year. He was, therefore, made the Lucasian Professor of Mathematics in 1669, a chair which had only been founded in 1663 through a bequest made by Henry Lucas shortly before his death. Lucas was a parliamentarian who had represented Cambridge during the English Civil Wars of the 1640s. Newton would hold the Lucasian professorship for 33 years, though his final years were absentee as he moved to London in the mid-1690s. The position was hardly onerous. Newton was expected to deliver one lecture every week during one term of the year. For this, he was paid an income of £100 per year. Moreover, the lectures barely had any audience. Such was the lack of interest in mathematics and physics at Cambridge in the late 17th century. Even this light load was dispensed with by 1687, after which time Newton had no teaching responsibilities. What these lectures did do was allow Newton space to refine his findings from the mid-1660s and make them more accessible to an audience. To demonstrate his findings to the few students who attended his lectures, he began developing instruments to showcase his findings, notably a telescope and prism rings that showed his theories on optics. Very slowly, his findings began to reach a wider audience. By 1671, the Royal Society in London had heard about his discoveries and invited Newton to send them information about his work. He was duly elected as a Fellow of the Society in January 1672. In the years that followed, his entry into the Royal Society would mean that his research findings began to spread beyond Cambridge to the wider academic community in England and then to the continent, as many members of the Royal Society corresponded extensively with natural philosophers and scholars on the continent. In an age before academic peer review journals, this was how new research was disseminated. As this happened, Newton refrained from publishing much of his work. His paper on analysis by infinite series was distributed and was eventually published in print in 1711, while another couple of works appeared as well, but Newton would ultimately wait over 20 years between when he made his breakthroughs at Woolsthorpe and when he published them in complete form. As Newton emerged in the 1660s and 1670s as one of the leading scholars of his day, he seemed to have no concurrent interest in starting a family or marrying. It was taken for granted in the 17th century that a man of his social status would marry, have children, and try to move up the social ladder. He would never do this and does not appear to have ever contemplated doing so. In fact, he seemed to have no interest in the opposite sex. This has understandably led to people questioning his sexuality. There is no evidence to suggest that Newton was gay. Instead, he just appears to have been largely asexual, with no interest of any kind in a sexual relationship. Historians were surprised to learn years ago about his possible fling as a teenager with the stepdaughter of Mr. Clark, with whom he lodged in Grantham when he was attending the grammar school there in the mid-1650s, simply because it was so unusual. The conclusion we can draw from this is that he was heterosexual, but with very little interest in women. Over time, he abandoned any thoughts of marriage and a family, if he ever gave it much consideration at all. Instead, he committed himself fully to his research and writing. This included friendships. Newton was a reclusive individual who didn't socialize much at Cambridge. When he visited London in August 1674, he made no effort to meet any of the people at the Royal Society he had been in contact with for several years by then. Instead, He went back to Cambridge a week later and continued writing to them about his work. As he aged, he did become slightly more sociable. His religious views were also unorthodox. Newton was a Protestant, as were the majority of English people by the second half of the 17th century. He was a nonconformist, though, someone who disagreed with the established views of the Anglican Church of England. In Newton's case, his nonconformity was on the extreme end of the spectrum. He did not believe in the sanctity of the Trinity of God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. However, he kept his religious views largely to himself. It has only been possible to reconstruct them through analysis of his notebooks. Newton's aloof and often difficult personality could translate into rivalries and conflicts with fellow scientists as the years went by. There were occasions when this was the simple over and back between scholars with competing theories. This was the case with Newton and Christian Huygens. Huygens was a leading Dutch mathematician, natural philosopher, and astronomer whose work also focused on optics. For instance, while Newton was still a child, Huygens had discovered Titan, the largest of Saturn's moons, in 1655. He was a scholar of considerable renown around Europe when Newton was unheard of. Both men developed competing theories about the nature of light. Huygens disagreed with Newton's corpuscular theory of light and instead proposed that light traveled as waves that then produced secondary waves or wavelets. A considerable academic debate played out between Newton and Huygens over many years about this. More toxic was the rivalry that developed between Newton and Robert Hooke. Hooke was 7 years older and was also a natural philosopher, mathematician, and astronomer. He dabbled in surveying and engineering too, and had overseen a lot of the work which went into rebuilding London after the Great Fire of 1666. Hooke was working on telescopes, optics, and gravity in the 1660s and 1670s, and viewed Newton's emergence as a threat to his eminence within England's scholarly community. An unpleasant rivalry developed, one which lasted decades and which famously is believed to have ended with Newton having all portraits of Hooke held by the Royal Society destroyed after his rival's death in 1703. Rivalries aside, Newton had something in common with many of these other English natural philosophers. They were all generally interested in alchemy, esoteric thought, and what was known in early modern Europe as Hermeticism. Newton's interest in these pursuits was lifelong. Alchemy is a field in which individuals sought to discover the fabled philosopher's stone, a legendary substance which alchemists believed could turn anything into gold. It was closely allied to a belief in magic and elements of esoteric or hidden history and arcane knowledge. Hermeticism was a branch of alchemical studies. The word comes from a set of teaching which were believed to have been written by a mysterious figure from late antiquity known as Hermes Trismegistus. He was understood to have been a philosopher and a proto-scientist who dabbled in alchemy. In reality, the works which early modern Europeans ascribed to him were largely derived from a mix of Neoplatonic philosophy by 3rd century AD writers like Plotinus and science as it had been carried out in the Roman Empire in the 3rd and 4th centuries AD, while elements of ancient Egyptian law and other writings were also incorporated into Hermetic and alchemical thought in early modern Europe. As such, Hermeticism was a kind of pseudo-religion and experimentation with arcane knowledge. It was very closely connected to the scientific revolution, and Newton and Leibniz were far from the only major scientists of the era who dabbled in alchemy and hermeticism. So too did figures like Nicolaus Copernicus, Tycho Brahe, Johannes Kepler, Galileo, Walter Raleigh, Francis Bacon, Robert Boyle, and many others. The scientific revolution was deeply connected to the quest for the philosopher's stone, alchemical studies more broadly, and Hermetic thought. Chemistry, in particular, emerged as a discipline directly from alchemical studies. Thus, a visit